like which was like kind of the downer, because like you could have beat Kevin Owens.
Yeah.
Like you could have beaten Seth Rollins. Like why did you have to like it?
In the fatal 5-way or 4, you could do whatever. Just
you could have done any of that. Like it's not like no one's gonna look at it like, oh, Brock beat Seth Rollins. That makes him look weak. No one's gonna look at Brock and go, that was weak.
Yeah,
like he didn't have to beat Big E. I felt like that was. I don't know, man. I felt that was kind of weak.
Think
What's
they're
up,
gonna?
fellas?
What's going on, everybody?
I assume it's all fellas in here. By the way,
we're early 13th round today, or early house show today.
Yeah.
Oh, that reminds me. I almost don't want to show you because I wanted to get it and gift it to you, but I don't know if it's gonna happen again. So I'm gonna show you. The coldest sweatshirt.
Oh.
The coldest. Let me take it. The coldest. I was like, I have to have this. And the people were like, we're sold out. And they weren't even saying like, we're getting more in stock. They just like, we're sold out.
Damn. Good to see you, buddy.
But I was going to say, do you think they're going to set up a Brock Almighty situation?
Yeah, because 2 minutes till showtime, guys. Bobby was the only one he didn't hit the F5 on. And it kind of ended with, I don't want to say a stare down between Bobby Lashley and Brock, but
was Bobby out of the ring, like in the aisle stare.
Yeah. If you're looking for clues, it's there. I just don't know. Mrs. Mac 10, Happy New Year. I just don't know.
Check that out, Dave. I texted to you. Damn,
I just don't know what the that obviously wasn't the plan for Brock. So
right.
Oh, come on.
I wanted that bad.
Oh, what?
And the dude was like, sold out. We're sold out.
It's we're not trying to be secretive. It's a slick. It's a Doctor of Style slick crew neck. Shoot, we could make one.
I want that.
What's that say? Black Wrestling Podcast?
Yeah, they're on IG.
Oh, that's cool.
Or, I mean, they have a podcast too, I guess, but yeah, it's exactly what you would think about it too. I gotta check them out.
Black Wrestling Podcast. Oh, there you go. Fox posted that Big E was supposed to win before Roman tested. Who, De'Aaron Fox? What Fox? Fox. Yeah, Fox who?
Fox Sports, probably. You know they're getting into.
Would they really? Oh yeah, that's right. They got their guy there. That's right. Oh boy, did I see that you got the? Did you win the lottery?
I won the lottery.
Wow!
Out of nowhere.
Wow, Jesse, you in there? Oh,
we're live, pal.
We might be. I can't hear Jesse.
Oh, it's live, pal.
Sometimes the snow show just sneaks up on you, even here in the new year. Welcome to 2022 here on this January 3rd edition of D-Lo and KC. I'm Damian Barling. He's Kenny Caraway.
Yes, sir.
Happy New Year. Now, the rules are as such. Call, text, tweet, chat house, twitch.tv/ESPN1320, youtube.com/ESPN1320. You got till Wednesday. That's the cutoff. No Happy New Year's on Thursday. No Happy New Year's on Friday. Happy New Year's next week. Get you banned. You got till Wednesday to get it in. Those are the rules.
Well, what about if we don't hear from them? We should give them the week.
No, you got till Wednesday. That's it.
Well,
if we don't get it in by Wednesday, you just missed it. It's okay. We're not offended.
But what if we, like, for instance, if we don't hear from Joe until Thursday? Because,
Joe gonna call today.
Yeah, that won't be
Joe
the case.
gonna call today.
My bad. That won't be the
Joe
case.
gonna call today. Joe gonna call today. That's all right. That's all right. Joe has Joe gonna call today. He gonna get his Happy New Year in today. But once we get to once Wednesday 4:00, it's no longer the New Year. It's over. It's the New Year. It's just not Happy New Year. We got to put an end to this. You got people. It's Black History Month, and people are like, "Hey, Happy New Year!" Like, nah, man, get out of here. I don't want to hear that.
It should be all month. Did you make it to midnight, Damian?
Come on, man. Don't ask questions you know the answer to. Not only did I not make it till midnight, I didn't try. I don't have nothing to prove to you or to anybody else. Took my happy ass to bed.
Obviously, I made it. And I ended up watching some of the New Year's stuff. I saw, what's her name? Miley Cyrus and Pete Davidson. They were doing some things. Sweetie was on there as well on NBC. Underwhelming. Jack Harlow was performing. I saw Jack Harlow. That was a good look. I saw Times Square, rocking New Year's Eve. Looked very empty out there. That wasn't even a live shot. That was like midnight on the East Coast. Very empty out there.
It's probably the way it should be.
I agree, but it wasn't like that. What was that? Did they do it last year?
Well, COVID was gone last year. You ain't heard? COVID was gone last New Year's.
Yeah.
Apparently, for those who haven't been paying attention, COVID is back. I'm looking around like, where did it go? What do you mean it's back?
But what I did, I stayed up till 3 a.m. because
that's just stupid.
I got hooked. I don't often watch movies, but there are times when there's not a sporting event on recorded, or I'm just not in the mood. Like if the Kings or the 49ers lose, like I don't want to watch sports,
yeah, you're in a bad mood. Which didn't happen yesterday. The perfect Kenny Caraway Sunday.
Perfect day.
Drake Barr's on the way.
You know what it is, baby. But I ended up from about 12:30 to like 3:30. This was insane. Watch Scarface. That was a long movie. I know it was a long. That's why I ended up watching it. And
it's overrated.
I mean, you got to put it in its context, though. Okay. At the time, I'm sure that was big deal. What is it, 30, 35, 40 years from now? Yeah, now, like, it's whatever. And I'm also actually very confused that I guess it's just a different time, but we just let Al Pacino do that.
Yeah, absolutely. We did. Yo, we did it with Razor Ramon. Razor Ramon's a white dude named Scott Hall. We just allowed this behavior for decades. What do you mean?
No lie, I didn't know that till like a year and a half ago.
That Razor Ramon was a white dude? Yeah. Razor Ramon without that slick stuff in his hair looks like Magnum PI. He looks like Tom Selleck. He looks like a big jacked up version of Tom Selleck. Dude, C. Thomas Howell they blackfaced him and called the movie Soul Man in the 80s.
Oh
like
my
it was
gosh. Yeah, and I remember that one.
It was a different time. Like, really? Was it? Was it a different time? Or y'all just thought you could get away with that stuff?
I'm just watching that and I'm like, this is really Al Pacino. And he was so extra and borderline bad with it. Mm-hmm. And we just, it's classic. It is.
It's classic.
Okay.
The running gag is the only reason the Razor Ramon character ever happened is because Vince McMahon never saw Scarface. So because he had no idea what Scarface was, he thought this was the coolest thing in the world.
he thought
he had no idea that
the will.
He had no idea that Scarface, was face down in a mountain of cocaine at some point in that movie. He had no idea. No clue. Yeah, I'll do it. Oh, the bad guy. I like it. That's good stuff.
Oh
yeah,
man.
My New Year's Eve was spent watching Welcome to Earth on the recommendation of my partner. That watch it. It's
Will Smith, a bad boy.
It's dope. Yeah, it's dope. Like
really cool.
I was like, hey, Kenny recommended the show. Let's take a look at this joint. And it was like one episode. I was like, oh no, I'm locked. I'm watching.
I don't normally watch TV shows, so if I said go watch it, you got to go watch it. Yeah,
it was good stuff. It was really good stuff. It's a fun watch. I think it's on Disney Plus. So go check that out. 6 minutes in. Let's get into the show here, as we've got plenty to talk about. The San Francisco 49ers take a step closer to the playoffs, although they don't clinch one.
I'm gonna complain about that. You talk about Wednesday. We got to Wednesday to say Happy New Year. Well, you guys give me Monday. I'm complaining about that. I'm not going to complain after Monday, but I'm going to complain about that one.
Okay.
It's a damn shame.
You can complain all you want to, because I understand if it was this is the first ever 18-week season in the NFL. If it wasn't, 49ers would be in the playoffs. Not only if it wasn't a 18-week season, the 49ers would be in the playoffs. If it was a regular 6-seed team playoff structure, the 49ers would still be in the playoffs, but scratch your head, as the team that's the 7th seed has clinched a spot.
Come on, man.
The 49ers haven't. They've got to fix their tiebreakers, man. They're tiebreakers, and this isn't like salty about the 49ers and the situation they're in.
Damian's not even a 49er fan. He's keeping it real.
There's a flaw in the tie-breaking system where you look at, like, wait a minute, the 49ers beat the Philadelphia Eagles. Yeah, but that doesn't matter. The division record matters. There's a situation like that with the Raiders in the AFC also, where you look around like, wait a minute, why is this? Well, the head-to-head isn't the first tiebreaker. So that's why the Eagles have clinched and the 49ers haven't.
It's not the first tiebreaker when it's a potential 3-team thing, right? That's what it is.
Right.
Yeah.
Which
is stupid.
Almost always. It almost always is, especially once you get to the bottom of the playoffs. So we'll talk about that. And, of course, what will be a week-long conversation. Well, maybe not a week-long. It'll certainly be a 3-day-long conversation about who the starting quarterback will be for the San Francisco 49ers when they take on the Los Angeles Rams, in a situation where if they win, they are in the playoffs. If they don't, they're going to need some help from Kyle Shanahan's friends in Atlanta as it pertains to the New Orleans Saints.
So good luck with that one.
That is all on the way.
My brother and me.
But we will start with the Sacramento Kings, who gave us quite an interesting stretch away here from the show. Is the Wednesday night. Chimezie Metu hits the 3 from Freeport. Then we get the blowout at the New Year's Eve matinee, and we get the redemption story here, I guess, against the Miami Heat, where they have a defensive stop there at the end of the game that gives them a 115-113 win. Plenty to talk about in that game, but Kings have won 3 of 4.
Well, look, first of all, the Kings won yesterday.
I love the game.
Oh, indeed. And the Kings won on Wednesday. Metu. So we got to pay those respects. And then when you talk about yesterday's game against the Heat, it's a solid win. It's a good win. I know a lot of people will talk about the Heat having so many people out, and it's true. But for the most part, their core was in the building. They're the guys that were going to play the majority of the minutes anyway.
Jimmy was there. Like, I'm willing to put everything. I mean, and Kyle Lowry was there, all that. But Jimmy Butler was there.
Jimmy Butler was there. Tyler Hero was there.
Tyler Hero was there.
Tyler Hero is a possible 6th man of the year candidate, and Tyler Hero had a good year. So those guys were there. You're missing Bam. You're missing Duncan Robinson. Those are the other 2 guys that really play a lot. I don't know if PJ Tucker's in the protocols or not, but he plays as well. But it wasn't like the Mavericks, right? It wasn't. Right. It wasn't like that. So for them to go out there, dig deep, find a way to get that win, I'm gonna give them props for that. I'm not gonna put I wouldn't put no caveat on it anyway, because a win is a win. You know what I mean? Especially in this league, the way things are going on. But they got a good win, and they battled yesterday. They battled. I like to see that from them.
Yeah, I have no issues. I'm never going to have an issue with the Kings winning a basketball game, regardless of who's out there, whether it's Nick Stauskas, Kyle Guy, Chris Silva, whether it's Mario Chalmers. It doesn't matter.
No, that was crazy. Mario Chalmers.
It's a little wild. He didn't play. He didn't play. He didn't play. He was there. He didn't play. That's a little wild indeed. But that's the state of the NBA is every day you get a push notification that someone else is in health and safety protocols. And it's just, I mean, all right. Like that's where we are. Like, I'm at the point now where I'm damn near giddy to see who's next to be signed. Like, who are they going to dust off to come back and play in the NBA this year. Like, I can't wait to find out who it is.
Yeah. I mean, when you said Mario Chalmers, and then I didn't even know Nick Stauskas was on the team until he got a bucket on the Kings. And I was like, wait, what?
Oh, yeah.
Stauskas was out there? Kyle Guy was out there making a couple nice little plays with Kyle Guy or whatever. Yeah. These guys are out here playing again. They're on these rosters. They're getting thick. It's a trip to
How
see.
would you like one more shot? Huh? Mario, come on back.
Mario Chalmers, that one was wild. That's even more wild than Joe Johnson. That's the most wild one I've seen.
This is great.
Not to mention poor IT who came back and then was in protocols.
Jeez. Well, that can't imagine how that's happening. I love this note from Ryan here at youtube.com/ESPN1320 because it's that season. It's literally like the Royal Rumble. I completely agree. You're just watching the clock to see who comes out next. That is a fantastic. That is a flawless analogy. You are just waiting to see who comes out next. And every once in a while, Diesel's music hits. And here he comes, gray hair, gray beard, and everything.
And look, IT is out here like Santino Marella. he comes in, gets knocked out.
Yeah, we're at the point of getting a Bushwhacker Luke in here, Bushwhacker Butch in any minute. We'll step out. We'll grow up a little bit here during this commercial break. We'll come back. Drake Bars on the way.
Yeah.
And then we will dive into this Sacramento Kings 115-113 victory over the Miami Heat. We are just getting started here on this 49ers Monday, brought to you by Gilmore Heating, Air, and Plumbing. Right now, Gilmore is offering Niner fans a $49 furnace safety inspection. Just mention this ad. You get more with Gilmore. You get more dealing with KC next. You're on ESPN 1320. What's up, Jesse?
We still with City Center on a 49ers Monday?
I would think so. Yeah, I think that's through the season. If not,
okay.
we haven't been told otherwise.
Okay.
Thank God.
Good stuff. Good stuff. Hey, I got it coming out. Okay. There's something else I was gonna.
James Ham at 3:00, by the way.
Oh, okay. I saw his like I knew it because I finally saw like his his video on the network. And what didn't he kill somebody? Yeah,
he was a bouncer.
That's right. And it's self-defense is what he got off on.
Yeah, he killed someone. The Diamond Stud.
I saw that video and they were going through his life and I was like, oh, so he's just white. I thought he had something going on.
Hey, yo. Wow. Whoa. Okay. Like I love like WCW sued. No, it was WWF sued WCW for trademark infringement when Scott Hall and Kevin Nash came over saying you're portraying them as WWE characters. And WCW was like, what are you talking about? No, we're not. WWE was like, he's white. You literally got him talking like Scarface. And the judge was like, you win. That is accurate. And I love that he kept doing it. What's that? That's crazy. Hey, yo.
The funny thing is he's carried that on throughout his life now. He still talks like Scott Hall or Razor Ramon.
Yeah, he's right. You say hi to the bad guy.
I was watching that and I was just like, damn. Like, really? Pacino? I had to Google. I was like, did I miss something with Pacino? Like, is it? No, I didn't miss anything. And
that movie just doesn't age well to me. And I think it's partly because so many hip hop artists want to be Scarface. And it's like I get it. Y'all should want to be Michael Corleone. Like, don't be Scarface. Like, be Michael Corleone.
Yeah.
But like I watched it maybe 5-6 years ago, and I just remember I used to I've seen the movie in the theaters, the whole thing. I remember just like, ugh. Damn.
It's a movie, and there's something where you if you take a movie class, especially in college, you read certain patterns. Like I've had people who took like a black cinema class, and they can't enjoy black movies because they all fit into a pattern of, there's like 4 categories.
Yeah.
And they all hit them. Like when I forgot what the categories are, but the point is, like, you see that and it kind of ruins those movies for you because they're never outside of the lane. Never, not once. And that's kind of how I watched Scarface. I was like, I know it's a movie. This is kind of ridiculous though.
I don't know the categories, but I can figure the pattern. And I think that's why I love The Best Man so much. Because I didn't feel like The Best Man fell into any of those categories.
I gotta talk to him again, because I peppered the person with, I was like, what about this movie? And as we went down, like even the best feel good movies, all of it, there's 3 or 4 lanes that they all fall in. They all have them, and it's like, well, why is that? Even when there's black people making the movies, they still fall in those lanes. I gotta ask them.
I love that episode of Blackish where they're talking about going to see Back of the Bus and the Rosa Parks story. And they're trying to, which isn't a real movie, but they're trying to decide like what's a black movie. And they're talking about, well, Coming to America. Coming to America was directed by John Landis. Like, is that a black movie? Like, how do you decide what a black movie is?
I remember that. And then did they, or maybe it was somewhere else where they talked about Girlfriends and Kelsey Grammer and all that other stuff. And
that was on the show last week. Didn't we talk about that on the show last week?
Well, we didn't get into Kelsey Grammer.
Oh, that's right.
Like the fact that he wrote and created the show.
Yeah.
Like, damn. Oh yeah, it's 49ers Monday. You know, I'm gonna get out of this voice and get into the KC voice because it's 49ers Monday, and it's brought to you by City Center Financial. Refinance today below 1.99% APR at GoCityCenter.com. It didn't feel right doing the Drake bars.
I don't think you have a Kenny Caraway voice though. I think
you have a Drake Bars voice, though.
You have a Drake Bars voice. That's correct. So let me fall back here as the Sacramento Kings get the 115-113 victory. We're going to break that game down. James Ham's going to join us in the 3 o'clock hour. We got a lot ahead, but you know what time it is.
Yeah. Kings win. You already know what it is. It really was like 3 a.m. when they won that game, though. You know. Yeah. Look, time would stop when Tina walked by. Out of my league was a river cat, could barely say hi. But look at the come up, baby, man, how time flies. Glass full of Bel Air and a Doco high rise. Look, all Damians are great, Jones no exception. 18 and 10, that boy hotter than Succession. Fox clutching the 4th, Rihanna, I'd love to meet her. Can't forget Freeport, stand up for Metu's buzzer beater. Yeah. Freeport, stand up for Metu's buzzer beater, yeah. Yeah. The Kings beat the Heat. They were short but had their core. Oh yeah.
You always lose me at that part, but I always appreciate that. Yeah, that's the part that's my favorite. Black Bottles 916 here on Twitch. I'm sure shouting out the Luke Belair at the Doco Skyrise reference.
Yeah, man. Yeah, gotta get bars in there.
Drake bars are a full-on monster now as they've made their way over to CBS 13.
Oh yeah, I mean, I got it. You know, it's for Sunday. They shout out Sarah. She calls me. She's like, "Yo, Kings won. You know what time it is?" I'm like, yeah, I got you. I'll whip something up. It's not, I just get in the lab real quick, do it. You know what I'm saying? I'm almost to the point like Jay. I don't even write my lyrics no more. Okay, that's a lie.
Okay, thank you. I was just going to allow you to acknowledge that. And I also want you to acknowledge to the wonderful people who support this program, you have never seen an episode of Succession.
No.
Okay.
And I'm not even sure is that HBO?
It's HBO. Yeah, it's must watch.
I heard it's really good though.
Fire.
Yeah.
I finished it in my long ass weekend of sitting around doing nothing. I finished Succession.
How many seasons is it?
Well, it's only 3. It's the third one I think just ended. Woo! But it ended. That's good stuff. It's good stuff.
I'm not against watching it. I just haven't watched it.
I don't know that it's about Fox News, but I'm pretty sure it's about Fox News. I'm pretty sure it's about the Rupert Murdoch family. Dude, it is. It's really good though. It's a really good show. That's add that to your list if you haven't added Succession.
Well, Damian Jones is that hot.
Yeah, I mean, Damian Jones. That was a good line, though. I appreciate all.
Shout out to all Damians are great. You know what I mean? I got love for the Damians out here, man.
Jones, Lillard, Barling, just perfect right there. I love it. So let's dive into this game a little bit, as we've only kind of scratched the surface with the Kings' victory yesterday. I think for me, if we walk away with a big takeaway, or we head into this show with a big takeaway, for me, it's De'Aaron Fox's play in the fourth quarter. And more specifically, and I don't think I caught on to this until well after we were done with television and the game was over and we were preparing for today, it wasn't just De'Aaron Fox in the fourth quarter. It was De'Aaron Fox in like the final 5-6 minutes of the game. He had 11 points in that final stretch, including those 2 free throws that were ultimately the go-ahead game-winning free throws for the Kings. So I love the return. Like, I don't think it was a particularly great game from De'Aaron Fox, especially when you look at that 5 of 12 shooting. But what I love is he stayed with the shot. It wasn't falling, so he got to the foul line.
Yes.
And as I know you love, he was 14 of 15 from the foul line.
Yes.
Give me that every night. If De'Aaron Fox is going to struggle from the field, get to the foul line over and over and over and over again. And we saw what a difference that made in the fourth quarter.
Yeah, 100%. I mean, when you have De'Aaron Fox being aggressive and attacking the basket like he was relentlessly all throughout that game, I say he needs to take 19, 20 shots. He doesn't need to in the stat sheet, right? Because he's taking those attempts but getting fouled. Like they're not calling it. So when he comes away with 12 attempts but 15 free throw attempts, that's really the like 19 to 20 that I'm talking. Yeah. You know what I mean? So that aggressiveness, this is what we were talking about.
I feel like I got to say it that way now when we're talking. Yeah.
That might be a new shirt. Yeah. Put that on a shirt.
Oh, Lord.
But when he's doing that, this is what I envision for him throughout the season, at the beginning of the season. Like, I want you to be that aggressive where you're taking 19 to 20 shots a night, but it may not reflect it on the stat sheet. You may be at 12, 14, 15 a night, but getting to the line almost 9, 10 times a night. And last night you got to the line 15 times. That's awesome. That's
give
what
me
I
that.
mean.
Yeah, give me that 10 times out of 10.
Not to mention it ended up with him hitting big shots at the end, the floater, the mid-range. It got that going and everything. So without even getting to the line, he hit some big shots in that fourth quarter as well.
And I hate getting into the conversation of, is this the game that's going to catapult De'Aaron Fox? Is this the game that gets him right and gets him going? And we got to stop. We're like 40 games into the season. We'll just probably put a halt on that whole conversation and let's see if he can string some games together. But with that said, one thing that I really do, I think is helpful, could be, my imagination, or at least I got to believe it would be helpful for me, is if you stuck around and heard him post game, he acknowledged the way that he's been playing and some of the struggles that he's had this year. But to me, that wasn't just acknowledging the struggles that he's had this year. That was acknowledging those 2 free throws that he missed earlier in the year, in which they came up short in that game. I think it was against Charlotte.
Yeah.
And again, it could be my imagination. I got to believe it would be helpful for me knowing that those 2 shots fell with 6 seconds left. They got the stop on the other end. Whether this sends De'Aaron into the stratosphere of also whatever, none of that bothers me. But I thinking that he got rid of that ghost of the Charlotte game, I have to believe that happened with those 2 free throws and that defensive stop at the end.
Maybe.
Yeah, I mean, I don't know.
The
I don't
thing
know,
that
but I know it would be good for me if I fell up short somewhere and then got
yeah,
put in the same exact situation and was able to close out. I know I'm going to have more confidence going into, and I don't know how many more occasions he's going to have. Like, think about it. How many occasions do players have to win a game at the free throw line? I don't think that happens a
not a
ton,
lot, not a
especially
lot,
with like less than 10 seconds left with one possession left for your opponent. I don't think that happens a ton.
not a lot, but it's not the same exact situation, but putting games away, right? So you're up by one. They have to foul or whatever.
Mhm.
They send you to the line, knock down those two. You're up by two, with 3 seconds left. They foul you, get to the line, put this thing away. I say maybe because one thing that's a little different, and maybe it's nitpicking or whatever the case may be, this was at home. I need him in LA on Tuesday if he's in the same situation with the crowd on his head, and you feel that extra energy from the road crowd to be able to put that away.
Yeah.
That's a similar situation. But with De'Aaron, it's just it's an ongoing thing for me, right? He played well. He balled out in the fourth quarter. He was clutch at the free throw line and with making shots. But for me, it's consistency. And I need to see that on a consistent basis. Like I see so many times, and you talked about it last night on Sports Sunday, but from game to game, like we're not really getting into that. Like, oh, he did it this game, so he's back, or he showed up. Like, I'm not really into all that. I want to see a sustained level of aggression, sustained level of productivity over the course of a month and a half. Because even then, even if say he does it for a month, I'll be like, well, he did it for a month last year. Can he put 2 months together? Can he put 40 games together where, that's kind of what I'm looking for. Because right now the thing is he's streaky, right? It's not if he's good or not. Like at least for me, I think he's good. I think you feel the same way. He's a good ball player. He's supremely talented. That's not the question anymore. We know he can do it. Can he put it together on a consistent basis, on a night out, night in basis? That's the next question. And you're only going to get that over time.
What do you think about the way Tyrese Halliburton played yesterday? He continues to be, it feels like, and this could be, another case of overreactions, which I know sports fans never, ever do. But it feels like he's become the primary distributor. He's become the primary playmaker. I feel like distributor is like it's like a softer word. Playmaker is like, oh, you don't like De'Aaron Fox then. You don't like De'Aaron. No, he's regularly racking up double-digit assists now. And it feels like a lot of the offense is going through him, and I got a little nervous. I think it was legit the opening tip. I could be very wrong. I think it was the opening tip yesterday. Tyrese got the ball, brought the ball up the floor. De'Aaron went to the corner and stayed there. And I thought, oh, no, come on. And, I think there was a turnover on the next possession. They got the ball back, and then it was De'Aaron pushing it, and things kind of got going there. But I feel like Tyrese has really stepped up as the team's primary playmaker.
I see that. as well. Even with him being the primary playmaker, I need more aggression out of him. Last night,
I know
it's not what I need out of him. It's not what I expect out of him. 6 shot attempts. I'll say this in fairness, and people think we may take shots. We ain't taking shots. We just calling it how we see it. Tyrese got bailed out by Buddy Hield last night. Buddy Hield don't have 26, and Buddy Hield has 15, and Tyrese takes 6 shots. We got another. That's going to be a conversation on this show today. Yeah. Like, he got bailed out by Buddy's performance last night, and 6 shots can't happen, man. It can't happen. Like, it's got to be double digits. It's got to be.
Yeah. He's had, he being Tyrese, has had double-digit assists in 8 of his last 9 games. I know Will Z has posted some really great stats about. I don't remember the number off the top of my head. I think I could pull it up here really, really quick to see Will Z's stat. But he's moved up he's gone from 19th to 12th.
Mhm.
Overall, he's moved up to 6.9 assists per game. He's averaged 10.4 assists per game in the last 7-game stretch. Obviously, some of that is when De'Aaron Fox was out. So it's been a bit, De'Aaron hasn't been the best since he's returned out of COVID protocols. There have been some W's in there. They've been some L's in there since he's returned. But last night was probably the most aggressive, I think, that we have seen him since returning from COVID protocols. And I think it's also worth pointing out he was playing really well before going into protocols. Like that was probably his best stretch of the season, where if you had been of the mindset that De'Aaron starts slow and he takes time to ramp up, similar to what we saw last year, I know I was of the opinion of, okay, now I think we're starting to see that ramp up. We're going to need this ramp up to start accumulating to wins, but we're starting to see the ramp up a little bit. He falls into COVID protocols, misses, I think it's 4 games, and then kind of a tiptoe back into the flow here. Shots not falling, not super aggressive, getting to the foul line. And we saw all that change yesterday, which speaks to your point about cool, you're going to have to do it again tomorrow in Los Angeles. And spoiler alert, you're going to have to do it again on Wednesday against the Atlanta Hawks.
Yeah, it's a tough week.
It's a tough stretch for the Kings up here ahead, and you want to take advantage. The Lakers, thank the Lakers by beating them. They did you a favor last night beating Minnesota. It's like I know the team isn't. There's 6 games under 500. Right there in the 10th spot.
Right there in the 10th spot, man. And
shout out DeMar DeRozan. No, it wasn't DeMar DeRozan. It was Sadiq Bey. Sadiq Bey hit a buzzer beater against the San Antonio Spurs. The Kings were a disaster. And it's like, oh, look at that. They moved up.
They're in 10th.
They moved up to 10th.
And the crazy thing about that is I saw those highlights on whatever day, Saturday or whatever that was. And they put the team's record next to it after the win. Detroit going to 6-28. That is nasty. That is nasty to win that game to get to 6-28. Oh, that was rough. But hey,
the bottom of the Eastern Conference is much worse than the bottom of the Western Conference.
It is nasty down
6-28 and 7-30. That's where the Orlando Magic are. The Orlando Magic are 7-30.
Oh man,
they've lost 5 in a row. The Pacers have lost 4 in a row, even with the return of Lance Stevenson.
That's one of those names we're talking about.
Hey, I'm here for it. I'm here for it. Houston Rockets have lost 7 in a row. We just need.
Oh my gosh, and they had a incident. Did you remember hearing about that incident the other day? Huh?
Which one was that?
Kevin Porter Jr.
Oh, they did have an incident. Yeah.
Pulling an AB.
Yeah. Well, I don't know that he pulled And
look, in full fairness, I was yelling. Now, I don't know if I was yelling, but I was very frustrated.
And got fired.
Bruh.
Yes, later. We'll get to that later.
But I was on Monty McNair's head. I was like, yo, you didn't even take a chance on Kevin Porter. I still stand by that. Take a chance on him. He would have been gone if he would have pulled that here in Sacramento, but that was a wild one. And then Christian Wood.
He would have. I'm not so sure that he would have.
He ain't Boogie.
Yeah, he is not Boogie. That's true.
He ain't Boogie. He might have been gone. But like you said, you never know. You never know. But yeah, that's a guy that I was kind of clamoring for. Like, yo, he should be in here. And that's why Cleveland just moved on from him.
There have been a lot of teammate incidents in the last, didn't Jalen Ramsey punch somebody?
Oh, his teammate
punched somebody yesterday?
Yeah, Rump yesterday. In the middle of the game.
What the hell is going on?
Field.
It was a fight. So now we ain't fighting with each other. We ain't fighting opposing teams anymore. We're just fighting each other.
Yeah, that man punched him in the middle of the game, in between plays. And then you got Mo Harkless the other day, who Sean Cunningham got the video from somebody. Our guy Pete Youngman said it's much to do about. He believes it's much to do about nothing. He said sure we were all like, oh, I even said he's fed up with this team. Like he's done with them. Pete Youngman was like, it looked like a seating issue. Nothing more. They didn't have enough seats on the bench.
If Mo was a real one, he would have taken off his jersey and throw it into the Golden One Center stands. But I guess you don't get that work.
Speaking of help, we got a little help from your man last night. 20 points, 9 rebounds, or 9 assists. I can't remember which one it is from Westbrook last night. Did you see his open court layup? For those on the radio, you can't see Damian is trying everything he can not to curse me out here live on the radio.
Here's De'Aaron Fox talking about being in the 10th spot.
Man, Dame's, the minutes that he...
No, that's not it. This is it.
I think it's definitely big. I mean, Alvin talks about it. It's not many games between, the 5th, 6th seed and the 13th seed in the West. So, we control our own destiny throughout the rest of the season. Like I said, we need to just stay on a steady pace rather than, being on a roller coaster. And I think because we were up 4 in the third quarter and they hit us. But I think we have to stop being that team that gets hit first and then, seeing how we reply. But I mean, we definitely responded well tonight and we were able to grind this one out.
I know what he meant, but I can't help but chuckle at the line. We control our own destiny for the rest of the season. Yeah, just win the next 50 games and you're good. Just went out, and we're all.
There's like 90 games.
Just went out. We're straight.
This isn't exactly the Niners needing a win in Los Angeles to get in the playoffs.
Nah, he had been watching a little too much football yesterday. I think that's what it was. He had been reading up on the playoff scenarios, talking about controlling our own destiny. Yeah, all we got to do is win the next 40 games and we're in there.
As Rich said, winning, we're in.
That's it. Simple as that. Shoot, winning, we're in. This team, I wonder where this team would finish. Where are my NBA standings? This team wins out. You can make an argument. They still might be in 4th place. Like if they won the rest of the season.
The Warriors aren't losing 22 games, I don't think.
They're going to wind up and they'll finish behind Golden State, Phoenix, and Utah.
Yeah.
I know what he means, though. We're in a position right now, and he talked about we gotta get off. If for those that are on YouTube and Twitch, you see the title of the show. We got to get off this roller coaster.
Yes.
We can't keep going up and going down. We've got to find some consistency. We got to find some steadiness, and we've got to get out there and play the level of basketball that they played yesterday against Miami, and the way that we saw them, against Dallas with the Freeport 3.
Mm-hmm.
We've got to play at a higher level more consistently and not have games like the second Dallas game mixed in with these, because those aren't even competitive and those just wind up souring everybody.
Right. And to that point, first of all, Fox and Fox's people, we're just having some fun. Relax, calm down. So there's that. And then we love De'Aaron Fox. We're just having a good time.
Very much so.
But that was where the game was won yesterday. I thought so many times, including on New Year's Eve, we'd see whoever Team X start to push at the Kings, and a 5-point deficit turns into a 25-point deficit. And it's like, come on, man, how did we just get out of control right then and there? Yesterday, Miami was trying. It was tied or they were down. Miami was down 2, and they
knew the blueprint.
Yeah,
they knew the blueprint. Yeah,
they pushed to the 7, pushed to the 9, and was like, "This is the moment." And the Kings didn't let it happen yesterday. And lo and behold, if you find a way to stick around, you have an opportunity to win these games when you're able to do that. So, to Fox's point, they got the punch. They took the punch yesterday, and they were able to get themselves back together and stay in the game. So you have an opportunity to win late. And that, I know the bar is low on that one, but that's kind of all we're asking. Don't let a 22-5 run happen.
Yeah.
And you'll have a chance.
Alvin Gentry talked about the team's effort last night, talked about the team's effort yesterday.
Yeah, I thought the effort was great, from start to finish. And even in the third quarter, we had a couple of things happen there that was pretty bizarre. The jump ball thing was that was the correct call, though. I did not know that rule, to be honest with you, but the referees made the right call. The clock actually doesn't start until you have possession. The shot clock doesn't. The game clock can start, but the shot clock doesn't start until they actually have possession of the ball. So they got possession and shot a quick shot, and so that was the correct call. But other than that, I thought that we hung in, and we still gave up too many points, but we were able to score points ourselves and not have a situation where they got separation.
There you go. Speaking to what you were just speaking of, and I really appreciate the fact that Alvin Gentry thinks 113 is too many. That is just fantastic.
Yeah.
Like, I'm so happy to hear that.
Yeah, absolutely. Holding these guys
For a fan base that's regularly seen 130 scored on it.
Right.
I'm very pleased that he's like 113.
Didn't they let Orlando score like 130 or 120? And we're like, it's just the flow of the game. Like, no, that's not okay. It's not okay.
Very much not.
Two things real quick before we get out of here. And I know we'll still talk more Kings and things of that nature. Lost in the whole holiday with Metu's buzzer beater. I do want to just hammer home what a phenomenal. I was blown away by this after it happened. Phenomenal pass by De'Aaron Fox to Metu. I mean, that was big time. That was the big leagues right there. That pass off the bounce, one hand. He couldn't have walked the ball over to Metu and put it in a better place. What a pass by him for that game-winning shot. And also the fact that he made the pass. I know I was talking to some guys on Twitter, and they were like, we had a show, and Metu's shot went off. People would be killing Fox for not taking that shot in that moment. You wouldn't get it from us too. I mean, that was the right play. That was a great read. He made the right play, make or miss. Luckily, it all went in. But I thought that was in a big time moment. That was a hell of a play from Fox.
Jill posted a fantastic still shot of the moment Fox released the ball. And if you see that still shot and still don't understand why he passed the ball, watch soccer. I rarely, I don't call out plays and stuff like that, like, because I'm not smart enough. Like, I'm just trying to watch Metu in the corner. Like, you saw it, like he's standing there with no one, and I think it was Porzingis. I can't remember who it was.
Powell
sunk to the to double De'Aaron, and it's like, oh, he's in the corner. Hit him, boom. Metu wins. Freeport erupts. We'll come back. It's a 49ers Monday brought to you by Gilmore Heating, Air, and Plumbing. Right now, Gilmore is offering Niner fans a $49 furnace safety inspection. Just mention this ad. You get more with Gilmore, but you get more Kings talk when D'Lo and Casey return here on Sacramento's home for real Kings coverage, ESPN 1320.
I forgot to mention this in explaining my bars. I thought they were fairly simple this time, but I've remembered one that I don't know. Did you guys catch it? Time would stop when Tina walked by. She was out of my league. I was a river cat. She was in the majors. I was a minor leaguer. Y'all just said I went over y'all head. Y'all didn't see that. Out of my league, I was a river cat. That went over y'all head. Y'all wasn't ready. Y'all wasn't ready.
This is the best part of Drake bars. It really is.
Leezy, I saw you asking for the number. You know what it is, 916-349-1320. Tap in.
Yeah, you also know, because y'all hit the thumbs up. I
know, I saw that earlier. Come on, man.
I was able to pop in here and there on Wednesday. I didn't look like Kenny had to beg. Y'all just got them thumbs up and like, hey, no problem.
They saw me in desperate times.
Yeah,
came out. Nah, not your bad at all, man. You had to do what you had to do.
There we go. We hitting them thumbs up now. We might have one more day like that, but I'm gonna try to avoid it at all costs. Keep them thumbs up coming.
And I just, sometimes what you got to do. Hip hop. What's the thing? what's the oh man, what's the little website where they go through their bars? It's like an Instagram, but I think they're like an online.
Well, they
It's
have
not
Dissect.
noisy.
I know that's probably not what you're talking about, but the
The
Dissect
actual
podcast.
rappers.
Oh.
It's like a quick little Instagram video. It's and it's yellow. The colors are yellow and black. I want to say it's Versi keeps coming out, but I know that's not it. But yeah, is that what it is? Rap Genius? Maybe so. I don't know. That sounds about right. But yeah, that's what I'm doing. Thank you, Stephen. Yes, genius. Get your weight up, Stephen. Get your weight up, man. Pino, what's up? Hey, Pino, when you coming out to Cali, man? When you coming out to Sac, man? Pull up, man. You know, we take care of you out here. You know what I'm saying? Pull up out here, man. Thanks, Terrence. You know what it is, big dog.
Trey area.
Pull up, brother. My man Rich, Chiefs fan. I know Pino's a Chiefs fan too. Word has it the Chiefs are coming to Levi's next year, man. So I'm gonna have to be there. I'm gonna have to be there. So if you come out for that, Pino, I'll be there. Rich, I'll be there as well. I'm gonna pull up to that one. That need to be Sunday night, Monday night. That has to be. They need to do that Niners Raiders game on a Sunday night, Monday night too. What is Trent Williams talking about? Trent Williams that's a cool dude. That dude be swagged out. Oh, remind me to ask you a question about Trent Williams.
Here.
Yeah. Whenever we get to the 49ers.
It's 49ers Monday, brought to you by City Center Financial. Refinance today below 1.99% APR at 1866 GO City 6. Shout out to the crew at youtube.com/ESPN1320 who missed us so much over the holiday weekend, made me beg for those likes over on YouTube. Keep hitting the thumbs up button. We are not above begging for you to like us. youtube.com/ESPN1320. I'm just looking. Chat House is on one. Let's go to the phones. Let's just go to the phones. I'll address that, but I didn't think it was out of line. Let's go to the phones.
I didn't know if I was like, I'm not gonna bring it up here, man.
Look. I was so see. Forget y'all, man. We get into the phones first, and then I'll deal with the nonsense that y'all are starting in the chat. 916-349-1320. Who do we got? Oh, we got our brother TC in here. TC, what's happening?
Hey, happy New Year's, man. What's up, my two brothers?
What up, TC? What's good with you, big dog?
Oh man, just kicking back, enjoying. These two victories from the Kings and the Niners.
A perfect day. We don't get those too often.
Yeah, just short and simple, man. Quick. Trey Lance is ready, like we've been saying, he's ready. Open the playbook up for him, Kyle, and let him do his thing.
I hear you on that.
And then and another note, you know what? I'm a fallback, D-Lo, Kenny. I'm a fall back on Fox, bro. I'm a really fall back on Fox because when I heard him at that press game, when they interviewed him after the game was over, he almost cried up there, bro. I heard it in his voice, and I was like, you know what? I think it's time to back up off this guy. He's trying to give it his all, and he's almost crying because he's probably thinking everybody's turning against him, bro. I don't know, but he almost cried last night, and that kind of touched me a little bit.
Look, it happens. It happens, TC. Okay. It happens. Sometimes, I'll be going in on these guys.
Okay.
I'll be going in on these guys. Not now, but when I was, before I got on air and all this other stuff, and then I'll actually hear them, and I'm like, yeah, I forgot. They kind of are regular people. Like they're people, and they're trying, Jennifer. Like they're trying, If they're trying, if I think they're dogging it, then that's unacceptable. But if they're trying and just not getting the job done, there's a certain level of, all right, man, it is what it is. We all see, like, real quick, there was a guy, who was it Andres Torres? I feel like it might have been somebody, this guy Perez that used to play for, or no, it was Gregor Blanco. That's who it was. Gregor Blanco in 2013. I don't think it was one of the World Series years, but he was just god awful. Like, he was so terrible. He was an out every time. And I was just hammering him on the Twitter. It's like, Blanco, he goes up there with a wet newspaper at the plate, and it's terrible. He stinks. And at some point, I was like, you know what? He's trying. It's not getting done. We all see it. There's no need for me to just keep on hammering. He knows it. We all know what time it is. I'm just going to fall back. Sometimes it be like that.
It's tough, man. I mean, this is an interesting job in that it's an interesting career path. And you're a lot different than me in that we come on here for 4 hours a day. And whether we're talking 49ers or Kings, I know, speaking, more from my experience than yours, is I'm talking about guys who are doing things I can't even dream about doing. And it's difficult.
I can't do what they do.
It's difficult to try to, I'm going to need more from Eric Armstead. I'm going to need him to get around these 350-pound dudes a little quicker. Because I know if I'm Eric Armstead or I'm De'Aaron Fox hearing, some idiot say, get to the foul line, I'm like, yo, you get to the foul line. You get around these 350-pound dudes. It's difficult, and there's a way that you try to approach this with a certain amount of respect. I'll bring the chat house conversation in here before we get to Leezy and Tony real quick. Mm-hmm. I wasn't trying to call any particular announcer out on social media last night. I just had my head in the computer, and I heard a rejoiner that said Marvin Bagley has been absolutely dominant on the offensive and defensive side of the floor. Mm-hmm. And I thought, wow, okay, I heard that wrong. And as I'm rewinding on Hulu, so that's not the easiest thing in the world to do. So I'm hitting the 20 back, or whatever it is. And as I'm doing this, I'm pulling up the game logs because your boy was a little bit out of it this weekend. And so I'm looking at the game logs like I watched every game. I don't think I missed anything crazy. So I'm looking at Marvin's thing, and I just thought the verbiage was amazing. And I wrote that. I didn't tag anyone. I just thought, yo, that's some heavy duty verbiage to say someone was absolutely dominant on the offensive and defensive side of the floor and to be talking about 35. I just thought that was interesting. But what I forget is there are people who, and this is me, I forget there are people who may not like certain individuals and use that as an opportunity to say, see, this person can't do this. This person can't do that. This broadcast team is like, oh, damn, that's not what I meant. I just thought that was an astonishing phrase to use coming out of that commercial break into that graphic, because even the graphic didn't match the words. And that's what shocked me.
Right.
But I got to remember, as we talk about these players, that could open up the door for people to just do a little too much with their. Honestly, I just thought it was a critique. I wasn't trying to say nothing negative about. I just thought, whew, that's a hell of a line to use.
Yeah, and also because we were actually we were texting at that time, not about that, but about a situation. We were texting. And we both kind of, I'll put myself in there, we kind of heard the same thing. And I was like, well, I disagree. but at the same time, this is something that I know and that I keep in mind when I hear something, not just with the Kings, but we got League Pass. We listen to all these guys or whatever. It's different. Mm-hmm. It's different when you're broadcasting, number one, for the team.
That's right.
And I look at it, you're broadcasting for a different audience.
That's right.
Like, for instance, my grandmother, rest her soul, she would watch the games. Mm-hmm. She supports me, but if I wasn't on the radio, she's not listening to 4 hours of Dion Casey and getting that type of vibe. All she knows is, at the time, Doug, now Katie, and all this. that's where she gets it. And it's not, I don't want to say it's not for the hardcore, because it is, you know what I mean? But you also we have to be conscious of another audience as well. Mm-hmm. And you gotta, which it's a tough job. It's not easy. Like Katie and Mark and Doug, when he was doing it, there's a lot of different things going on that you got to be aware of in those broadcasts. And I get that. I understand it.
And that's why we have some of these people on, like Kyle, we had a spirited conversation with Kyle last week. Kyle said a lot of stuff we didn't agree with, and we had a conversation about it. But that's the point. It's not to bring people on that agree with you. It's to bring people on to have discussions with. That person isn't somebody who comes onto this show, but it was, I just found the phrasing amazing. And you're right. You're talking to, you're gearing your broadcasting towards a different audience. And what I encourage everybody to do, not as any shade, I love listening to Mark. I love listening to Kyle. I love listening to those guys do their thing. And I don't do this as much as I should, but there's a phenomenal practice that if you've never watched a game without the sound on, again, not a knock on the broadcasters, it forces you to watch the game differently. Because a lot of times when you're watching a basketball game, you're doing two things at once. You're watching and you're listening. You're splitting your attention, whether you realize it or not. Even if you don't have phones and computers and iPads in your hand, or if you don't have kids and dogs around, you're still splitting your attention because you're listening to something and you're watching something. And sometimes what you're hearing doesn't match what you're watching. But when you cut the sound off and you watch something and you form your opinion and your own analysis and your own breakdown on what you're seeing, that forces you to watch the game different. Like we mentioned that Welcome to Earth series. The first episode, spoiler alert, Will Smith goes into a volcano with a blind guy. But the blind guy uses this great line where he says, I hear things differently than other people do because it's all I have. So when you're watching a game and you cut the sound off and you're forced to just watch, you see it differently. You're looking at it differently. I encourage every hardcore fans, if you just really want to do it once. It's a different experience and you have to commit to it because you got to put the phones down. You know, if you got a little room to yourself, you probably want to do that too, because the kids start talking, the wife starts talking, the dog wants to eat, whatever it may be. You'll get distracted and you'll miss something and you don't have the broadcast team to carry you along the way. Yeah. But when you see something without the sound, you digest it a little bit differently. Yeah. And we all see things differently.
And to the original point, I mean, that wasn't a shot. I didn't read it and look at it as a shot. It was just, and look, people are gonna say things. We say things that people don't agree with, like people that we are close with, that we like, that love us. Like, nah, I ain't feeling that. Like, I don't agree. That's okay. That's okay.
You said 3 things today that I want to punch you in the face for, so it don't even matter. You've thrown more shade at me in this last hour than I did at anybody in the tweet. 916-349-1320. Let's get we got Leezy in here. Leezy, what's happening?
Hey, D-Lo and KC, my two brothers. What's good?
What's up, Leezy? But I gotta be honest, Leezy. I almost booed you out of this call right now, man. I'm cross as 2 sticks right now.
Oh man, yo.
You little sorry Eagles getting in there. Little sorry Eagles. How they clinch before the Niners? You little sorry Eagles.
Hey, fly Eagles, fly, brother. We out here flying high. Jimmy Jones, you feel me?
Y'all flying medium. You guys are not flying high.
Hey, I'm feeling pretty good, man. I ain't even worry about the Cowboys, man. Hey, that's some slight work. Hey, I hope the Niners do good, Casey. It's all love.
It's all good, big dog.
Yes, sir. Hey, bro, I called in today. I had to talk about the games, man. This weekend I was in the building and feeling myself. I went to the Mavericks game, the Heat game. Roller Coaster Kings, man. It's real. That Mavericks game, I was leaving the building faster than Antonio Brown, man. I had to get up out of there. But the Heat game, hey, they showed up, and I ain't going to hate on Fox, man. He knocked down some good free throws. The team was looking good. But the thing with this team, though, is they kind of played to their schedule, man. And just looking at their schedule coming up, I don't know how the team's going to do, man. But they're definitely in their hands.
Yeah, it's a tough schedule. Leezy, I'm glad you got to go to the game, man. I hope you had sounds like you did. Yeah, had a good time. But yeah, it's LA tomorrow. It's Atlanta on Wednesday, and then they leave California for the first time in damn near a month where they go to Denver and then Portland right after that. Friday and Sunday they'll be in Denver and then Portland.
They leave California. Man, y'all got to go on the road. Y'all got to go a long way. Going to Denver.
Going to Denver. Yep.
And then I think they're back for like 4 games after that.
That's right. Cleveland, Los Angeles, Houston, and then Detroit. Ooh, they don't really like travel till they go to Milwaukee. And that's a stretch right there. Milwaukee, Boston, Atlanta, Philly, New York. And that takes them from the 22nd to May 31st. That's a long road trip. Takes them from the 22nd to January 31st.
So we're getting too far ahead at this point. I was about to ask a question. I was getting too far ahead. I'll just stick right here. Would you remember when all this started and they had these teams below 500 and all these, they didn't leave California for a month? Mm-hmm. Would you say the Kings took advantage of that time? Because they're in the 10th spot. They didn't go like, they didn't fall into the depths of hell, I guess.
They didn't really do anything.
No,
I don't have their exact. I don't know. Like I have the schedule in front of me. Like I mean, if we, I don't know where we start this, but it looks like if we start with I don't know when we start this.
So
the Washington game.
I got
after
it.
They get back from Toronto.
I got it right here. I wrote it down in notes. Here's what happens when you guys write down. Man. I got it in my notes. I think I started it
next to your Drake bars.
That's right. Yeah.
By the way, you're listening to D'Lo and Casey on ESPN 1320 KIFM West Sacramento and Odyssey Station and driven by Lashers, Elk Grove Dodge.
So I got to, I think it was 11:30, November 30th against the Lakers. I feel like that was the disastrous game. I think it was, but that's neither here nor there. I think that's where I started everything. 11:30 with the Lakers.
That was it.
I think they were 8-13 at that point, if I have these notes correct. 16 game stretch throughout the end of November and all of December.
Okay.
I said if they went 9-7, they'd be 17-20.
Okay.
If they went 8-8, they'd be 16-21. And I think I said even if you just somehow go 7-9, you'll be 15-22, and that's what they were after New Year's Eve. And they actually probably got a win that I didn't think they were going to get and beat Miami, which got them to 16-22.
Well, they started that stretch winning 3 in a row after that Lakers game.
Mm-hmm.
That's when they beat the Clippers twice, and then they beat Orlando. Then they lost 3 in a row.
Yeah.
And then they beat Washington. They lost to Memphis. They beat San Antonio. Then they lost 3 in a row again. Oklahoma City, Dallas, some dubs there. The loss to Dallas, and then the win versus Miami right there.
But look, they never lost 9 in a row.
They never lost 9 in a row.
That's what we asked for last year.
They
you don't lose 9 in a row.
They're like, got it. No problem. We'll lose 8 of 9, but not 9 in a row. We'll lose 3 in a row a lot. But we won't lose 9 in a row. And like, hey, you're right. It's James says this all the time. Jason Jones says this too. If those 2 9-game losing streaks has just been 8 of 9, it would have been different. Well, here's your 8 of 9.
They would have been
this year.
If they would have been 4-game losing streaks.
Right. Jeez.
Straight. But I thought about that just as we were talking about yesterday. I was also thinking,
even out. Jeez.
It is. That's why they got to. I mean,
tough.
They got to handle some business right here.
They after they get home. Didn't even mention this. After they get home, they get Brooklyn, which I guess is going to have their new star Kyrie Irving play here in California, I guess. And then they got to go to Oakland. They got to go to San Francisco to play the Warriors.
Ooh.
So that's not a part of the road trip, but man.
Yeah, it's
you better take advantage of these.
Got to.
You got to take advantage of these Oklahoma City games, Minnesota games. You still got another one against Dallas. You're going to have to find someone you're better than and beat them.
Yeah,
because you got a tough stretch coming up here in January.
But it got me to thinking, and you guys can call in 916-349-1320. You can get in the Chatty House on YouTube and on Twitch. Tweet us. I feel like nobody believes in this team right now. Good win last night. We all are fine seeing them win, but nobody believes in them. Is there anything, I'll ask you first, Damian, is there anything that this team can do to get you to believe in them? Because they won yesterday. They could beat the Lakers, Hawks, and Nuggets this week. And that essentially, I think, would be like, off the top of my head, that would be like 6 out of 7 they would have won.
Mm-hmm.
And I would still be looking at them like Stephen A. Smith, the meme. I'm not getting, it can't get fooled again.
The meme is pretty funny. The meme is funny. You posted it after a Kings win one time, and I laughed way too hard at it because I knew what it was about. You just posted the picture, and it made me. It's not even a meme. It's just a picture. It made me laugh. It absolutely made me laugh. Is it okay? So let's draw a correlation between the Kings and their star that we were talking about to start the show, De'Aaron Fox.
Mm-hmm.
You want this moment to be a launching point, right? Like De'Aaron, the 24, he's aggressive again. This is what we wanted to see. This is the way he was, before he fell into COVID protocols. All right, cool. Gonna need to see it. Isn't that the same with the Kings? Like, all right, you won 3 or 4. All right, cool. Gonna need to see you do this more regularly. And if there's any way, 3 or 4 is awesome, and they all count, and they all count wins, losses. 3 or 4 is the same. The problem is the one, it's always really bad.
Oh man,
it's not like they lose by 4, or it's not even like they lose by the Kings fought hard today, lost by 5. It's no, they win, lose by 20, win, and then now we're kind of waiting to see what happens with the Laker game tomorrow.
You talk about yesterday being a perfect day for Kenny Caraway. New Year's Eve was the opposite of a perfect day. Michigan got blasted. The Kings got blasted.
I'm going to bring it up, but man,
blasted. But I mean, let me see if I can find it, because I think Dr. David might have cracked the code, because I feel this way. And he says, yes, Casey, if they make some trades. I think it's the group. Like, the group can win as many games as they want. I think it's the group that people don't believe in. But like they're with this group, they're going to be looking for the other shoe to drop.
Sure.
And I think if they made a deal or two, like if they made a deal today, actually making a deal, if they made a deal today and then they did what I just said, like won all these games this week and it turned into 6 or 7 or something like that, people will be like, yes, let's go. But unfortunately for this group, and I was just talking to my guy Bonte Hill about this, this group people are so sour on this group of Kings players, not as individuals, not as players, because I think they like all these guys as individuals. I know I do. Like they're great men, they're good ball players, but together it's like, not feeling it. And I think that's what has people.
But is it fair to say we're at the point where, and I forgive me, it can't be like a DeLon Wright trade. Like, no. We've got to be like, when you talk about making a trade, it has to be something of impact. It has to be something that's going to make SportsCenter. Is that what we're talking about? Like,
maybe, but I think if
DeLon Wright's not going to make SportsCenter. Like,
but if they bring DeLon Wright like player in and he performs like DeLon Wright performed, I think that would be fine.
I got you, but
I think that'd be fine.
Okay, but you're talking about like the team's not, like, fans not willing to buy into this yet, not willing to like truly like kind of exhale and just wrap their arms around this team yet. Like, you get that a trade for a player of similar, the Mo Harkless type deal, the Terrence Davis type thing. I don't think fans are immediately like, oh yeah, let's go.
I feel you.
I
but
think
that's what I'm saying with the wins, though. If you combine the new couple of players with the wins, I think
kind of like what happened last year.
Yeah, right.
Like
they would be hyped. But if I think this group let's just take this week. If they won all 3 of these games this week, if this group won all 3 of these games, I don't think it moves the needle. I think people are waiting for the other shoe to drop. But if a player or two came in here that was different, and this may not be fair, but a player or two left and they won 3 in a row, 4 in a row.
Talking about Buddy and Marvin.
Yeah.
I mean, and Buddy played really well yesterday, and I feel bad. We're an hour, 11 minutes into the show. We haven't really acknowledged Buddy played really well yesterday. Period.
Well, we said
I
he
was
saved
gonna add
Halliburton.
I was gonna add something to it because I added something to it last night when we were talking. Like, you know what? I'm just gonna say Buddy played really well last
Well,
night.
we did mention. We said he saved Halliburton.
He did. He did.
Yeah,
and then he
we
nearly
mentioned.
murdered the Kings at the end. But I'm not going to bring that up. I'm not going to bring that up. I think maybe that speaks to what you're talking about. It's like Buddy shot well yesterday. It's ultimately what Buddy playing well usually boils down to. Buddy shot well yesterday. And I still feel like everyone's like, I don't care. Every individual player is like a microcosm of the team. Like De'Aaron, okay, yeah, De'Aaron was really good. Okay, I need him to continuously be good, and hopefully that elevated play from De'Aaron results in wins for the Sacramento Kings. But he played well. Cool, dude. What was it? He ain't gonna shoot 7? What was it? 7 of 14? Like he ain't gonna do that again. So get 20 points. Don't break their back late in the game, and maybe I'll get excited.
Right.
But it's like yesterday was the perfect mix of. We got that fourth quarter Fox back. We got that closer. You got Buddy hitting some shots. Tyrese, dishing the ball, and it worked out.
Yeah.
Like, okay,
another great Damian.
Indeed, we've got to talk about Damian Jones. And what version of all of those guys are we going to see tomorrow night when they take on the Los Angeles Lakers at the Staples Center? So we'll dive into all of those.
They're not taking on the Lakers at the Staples Center.
They're not?
It's crypto.com.
Oh, man.
You might get sued for that.
Boy. We'll also break down the San Diego Chargers' chances of getting into the playoffs as well. Did they paint it all blue? Like, is it all blue outside?
That strip was red. Now it's blue on the ceiling. It's blue now.
Russell Westbrook walks in way too excited now. We'll step out. We'll come back. My partner mentioned Damian Jones. We'll talk about him, and we've got to dive into the 49ers as well. Just got some news from Philadelphia. Don't matter, though. We'll explain. So 49ers Monday, brought to you by Gilmore Heating, Air, and Plumbing. Right now, Gilmore is offering Niner fans a $49 furnace safety inspection. Just mention this ad. You get more with Gilmore on D-Lo and Casey. Oh.
NBA Players of the Week.
Yeah. Saw that.
I tell you right now, that's over. I guarantee you, that's over.
Yeah, it's over. Yes, sir, Mr. Halliburton. Yes, sir, Mr. Halliburton.
You won't find me fixing my mouth to say that again. Wait a minute. Is that the one that played really well? Oh, well, what's his name is the Oklahoma quarterback is entering the transfer portal. That's the one that played really good, but I forgot his coach is gone. So, yeah. He's going to go to SC. Oh my gosh.
Who got that job again?
Who did? I forgot. I remember hearing it the other day. I forgot who that was. Was it an assistant?
I honest to God can't remember. That felt like such a big deal for a minute. Let's see.
Because I remember when Stoops.
Oh, Lincoln Riley. Jesus.
Oh, SC. I thought you meant Oklahoma.
No,
Yeah.
I meant USC. I couldn't remember who got that job.
Because they got their coach too. Because I remember when it came out that Stoops was coaching the bowl game, I was like, well, what if he comes back? But they've already named the coach.
Brent Venables. Venables. 51 doesn't look like it. Oh yeah, it kind of looks. Oh yeah, kind of.
I got a on this day.
Okay. Get that.
It's football, so whenever we talk about football.
Okay. I know Will C just posted a stat where it's talking about how hard it's for Kings fans to ride the momentum of wins due to losses in between being so bad. Only 4 of the 22 losses have been by 5 points or less.
What?
Jeez.
Wait, what?
Only 4 of the Kings' 22 losses have been by 5 points or less.
Come on, man.
The last 7 losses have been by an average of 18.3.
Come on, man. Got me like Boozy in here. Come on, man. Come on.
Y'all got to follow Will Z, man. If you're
you
don't follow Will Z yet, yeah, he's all over our feeds, man. He does a really, really great job. I don't even know if he's in here today, but
oh yeah, that reminds. So I got another. I'm just coming across these little nuggets here and there, but I got a crazy NFL nugget for the playoffs.
I am not a nugget. I'm a winner.
Nugget. Yeah,
we
this
missed
one
that
is-
on
this
this
one is
day.
bizarre.
I think that was I think it was Wednesday. The Austin Mankind Rock. It's December 29th.
Oh,
The title win when the
Yeah.
crazy pop.
that was around this time here.
Mm-hmm. It happened on that day. I don't think it
Oh, it might have
aired.
to follow.
Yeah, I don't think it aired until the new year, but it happened on I think it was December 29th.
Wow.
I didn't even I go, what's the
I think
the
I'm
poll
gonna tap
looking
back
like?
into wrestling since the off season's over for wrestling. They're about to start ramping up for
Yeah,
for
it's
Rumble.
about to get real.
This is a 49ers Monday here on D-Lo and KC, and it's brought to you by City Center Financial. Refinance today below 1.99% APR at GoCityCenter.com.
Posted the question over on youtube.com/ESPN1320, where only half of you have hit the thumbs up button, but that's all right. That's all right. It's the new year. We got to get into our new habits. It's fine. It's fine. Posted the question, though. What will happen? Raiders make the playoffs? 49ers make the playoffs? Neither make the playoffs. Both make the playoffs. Right now, 42% of the vote say the 49ers will make the playoffs, with 26% saying neither will make the playoffs. We'll go over the different scenarios for both the San Francisco 49ers and the Las Vegas Raiders coming up here in just a few minutes. I've been told in my ear, as they say on television, we have tickets for your Sacramento Kings coming up later this month that we'll be giving away at the top of this hour. So top of the 2:00 hour all week, we'll have tickets for you to see the Sacramento Kings. And I believe it's Houston on January 16th. So we'll have those coming up for you in just a little bit before we dive into the 49ers.
Sunday. Yeah, that's Sunday. Yeah.
Before we dive into the 49ers, you mentioned how well Damian Jones is playing. He even got some love in Drake bars, which
had to.
Benny, by the way, for those who are listening on the Odyssey app and on 1320 AM, Casey did a magnificent job of thoroughly explaining all of the Drake bars during a recent.
They had some bars in there that was going over people's heads. They didn't know. And then when I explained it, I did my Rap Genius. Shout out to the people in the chat. You know, when I did the Rap Genius, they were like, oh, snap. I didn't. Wow. Yeah, it was crazy. It was crazy.
And I point that out that just because you're listening on the radio right now or you're listening on the app, we don't care how you listen. We're so thrilled that you're here. You can always go back and watch certain parts of the show. Hell, you can go back and watch the commercial breaks. That's just as fun sometimes over there on youtube.com. /ESPN 1320 or twitch.tv/ESPN 1320. Where we were going, though, is Damian Jones has been really productive with the minutes that he's been given. I feel like he's taken advantage of the opportunity that's been put in front of him.
100% he has. And he's a guy that I think he was drafted by the Warriors, and they, had high hopes on him. I think he was a second round guy, but they looked at him as just, if he just gets in this system and he just rim runs and defends at the rim and plays with all these other guys, that's all he has to do. And he couldn't do that. I know he had some injuries too, but he couldn't do that. They moved on from him, and it was just an issue. It was the end of the first round, last pick of the first round in 2016. And, he went to the Lakers, couldn't stick with them. He was looked at as like a bust, like a guy that didn't produce or didn't live up to whatever expectations he had. And I always looked at Damian's like, why can't he be, a good ball player, a productive ball player, or something like that? I just felt like given the opportunity, he could be a productive guy, like you mentioned. And he's gotten that opportunity with the Kings. We saw it at the end of the year last year, and we like some of the stuff we saw, but they went out and signed Alex Lynn and got Tristan Thompson and all this other stuff, and he kind of got buried again. And through injuries, COVID, things of that nature, he's got another opportunity. And for the second straight time, he's taken advantage of his opportunity. I think he's the team's second best big man. I think he's right behind Rashawn Holmes. And I was going to ask a question, but I'm going to just say he's behind Rashawn Holmes.
I know what question you're going to ask. Just don't. Let's just leave it right there. We like having talent. We like having multiple individuals, because I don't feel like right now, and hopefully this changes, but I don't feel like there's an elite talent on the Sacramento Kings. And I think that's one of the problems. If you recall, long time D'Lo and Casey listeners remember the original epiphany about Dame Lillard. It was about elite talent, because that's something they got talent. And that's what De'Aaron Fox is. That's what Tyrese Halliburton is. I believe that's what Rashawn Holmes is. You need talented guys. You need multiple talented guys at different positions when you don't have that elite star. Hell, you need it when you do have the elite star, but you really, really need it when you don't. And I think that's what Damian Jones has done with his time on the floor. Is if it was Rashawn, Tristan, Lynn, neck and neck, then Bagley, and then Damian Jones, I think that's changed. And I'm with you in the sense that if we created a depth chart of bigs, I think it's Rashawn and Damian Jones, and everything that happens after that. I don't think a game should pass. I think we're past the days of we should be, in my opinion. And I don't know what his shortcomings are on film or anything like that, but I'm of the opinion we're past the DNP CDs for Damian Jones. Yeah. I think he's shown that he's worthy of regular minutes, and this isn't just the overreaction to 18 points last night, because I think he had a big game. I think it was against San Antonio earlier this year. Like, it's not the first time he's had a big stat line, but I feel like he's been consistent in his time out there, and I feel like his energy is always there. I feel like he's a difference maker. And I thought he actually, on that last play, I think it was Damian Jones, did he come over and challenge the Jimmy Butler play? And I thought he did it in a way where he wasn't going to allow Jimmy to get bailed out. Like, he challenged it, but he protected himself as well from a whistle-happy referee.
He kept his verticality, did a great job with that, and kind of evaded Jimmy as well, to your point, where, like you said, he made sure there was no contact coming. So he kept his verticality, but still stayed far enough away where Jimmy couldn't lean into him if he tried to do anything like that. Also on that play, great help by Fox reading what was going on and disrupting the shot as well. But Damian Jones is, like I said, he's the best. He's the second best big on the team. And I'll ask you, when Rashawn comes back from health and safety protocols, I would flirt with the idea of if you really want to power forward, if you want to go big like they've tried to go with Marvin Bagley, I'd flirt with the idea of Damian Jones and Rashawn Holmes in that 5-4 situation.
Yeah.
That's something you would mess with, or
I'm fine with it. I like no, Kenny. We're 16-22. Let's not mess up the formula right now, okay? Like let's not do that. No, and shout out to Alvin Gentry, man. When Alvin Gentry says something, he means it. He comes on here, the team gets blown out. He's apologizing to fans. He's telling everybody how disappointed he is. And he goes, I gotta find the right combination of guys.
Mm.
And my man sure as hell meant it. He's like,
trying.
whether it's COVID or it's effort or if it's fit, I'm going to find the right combination of guys. And I think that's one of the things that is up Damian Jones's minutes. And I'm good trying it because I don't know what the point is in starting Marvin Bagley anymore. I mean, if you believe, like, I don't know how Marvin, and I don't watch Marvin and think like, oh, sometimes I just look and go, man, damn. Cool. Some minutes he's tantalizing.
Mm-hmm.
In some minutes, like, you're a Kings fan banging your head against the wall. Like, what just happened? And so I'm like, I'm not suggesting don't play Marvin anymore. That's not what I mean. I was like, I'd rather see Damian Jones get some run. If you brought Marvin in with the second, you're like, that's all good. Like, let him play. Right. But I feel like if you're trying to, I'd be interested in that.
Yeah,
I like that idea of Rashawn and Damian, just to see what it looks like. It might not work, but I like the idea of seeing what it looks like.
I'd like to see it for a lot of times over the summer and as we were leading up to the season, and even during the season, a lot of people suggest that Rashawn Holmes is a 4, more so, and you need another big to help him out.
But they say that because of his size.
Yeah.
Isn't that the only reason they say that? Like,
yeah.
I don't feel like he plays like a 4, though.
I don't feel like he does either. But we see those moments when he has to go up against a Jokic or Embiid where it's a bit of a struggle, but that's a struggle for everybody.
Yeah, like who do you go, oh, we got Embiid tonight? Like what team does that?
I don't know.
I don't even think Denver does that. Like no team does that.
I don't. That's why they are who they are, right?
You might be more tantalized by the matchup than you would be if you're Milwaukee or whoever. But no one goes in like, oh,
Minnesota doesn't do that.
We've got this one. No, they don't.
Yeah, when Cat has to go up against Embiid, they're like, oh no.
Oh no. That's true. You just had to get that shot in on Karl Anthony Towns. That's all right. I'm here for it. 916-349.
No shot on Karl. I'm just saying there'd be some furniture moving. Be some furniture moving.
That was a shot.
There'd be some furniture moving. That's all I'm saying.
If there were beats,
Cat, but there'd be some furniture moving.
If there were beats playing, that'd be a bar. Let's get your mail here. 916-349-1320. Jay, what's good?
What's going on, you guys, man? Thank you guys for keeping us updated here on the Kings, man. I listen to you guys every day.
It's all good, man. Appreciate you.
I'm with you guys on that. At this point, man, 15 years. I'm from actually North Natomas out here, so it's been harsh over here, man. I don't know if the weather hits harder on this side of Sacramento than every part of Sacramento, but it's been raining for about 15 years over here, brother. And I say that lineup you guys are talking about right now, Jones, at the 5, Holmes at the 4. That'd be a good starting 5 right now. I mean, give it a shot, man. I mean, at this point, I just want consistency as a fan, man, because every time I turn on the tube, it's just kind of like flip a coin and what teams are we going to get? You know what I mean?
Yeah, for sure.
Yeah. No, we appreciate you. Hey, I'm from those mean streets of North Natomas too, man. So it hits us differently there in the North Natomas.
It is cloudy everywhere. It's cloudy even down the Gold here for the last 15 years.
I want to mention
was there a North Natomas, was there a how people in Oakland are mad at the Warriors for leaving Oakland and going into San Francisco? Mm-hmm. Were there people in North Natomas mad at the Kings for leaving North Natomas and going downtown?
I can't imagine anyone with any sense was. Like, it's literally 10 minutes away.
It's like, I can't support these guys anymore, man.
Like,
they left North Natomas. I can't rock with these dudes.
You really ain't gonna drive the extra 7 minutes, huh? All righty.
Can't rock with these dudes, man.
I got home so quick when it was in. Like, it was a difference of like not even double-digit minutes. That was not a big move in that regard for the Sacramento.
They're upset all through.
I would love to meet
Thomas Nighthawk alumni were upset.
I would love to meet someone who was upset with the move from
Call
North
in.
Natomas to downtown. Our man Jamil was talking about, every time he flips on the tube to flip a coin, he doesn't have any idea what Kings team is going to show up. Will Z, great follow over there on Twitter, hit us with this stat during the commercial break. Only 4 of the 22 losses have been by 5 points or less. The last 7 losses, and I'm sorry to chuckle, but this is really stunning. The last 7 Kings losses have been by an average of 18.3 points per game.
It's unacceptable.
I mean, when they lose big.
It's unacceptable, man. That's bad.
What are their Will, if you're listening, what are their average wins by? Because I don't feel like we've got too many of those 18.3 victories.
It's got to be. I'm gonna put it under. If we can find that out, it's got to be under 7.
I was gonna say it's for sure single digits, but how low into single digits is it?
I'm gonna put the number at 7.5. I'm going under, way under. Let's think off the top of my head. They beat the Mavericks by 1. They beat the Heat by 2. They beat.
I think you're right. I think it's under there, but there'll be a few. There'll be a few. I think they had a big.
They ain't blow nobody out. They didn't even blow out OKC. That was a 6-point win.
Jeez, they sure didn't. And that was funny because didn't Tim Maxwell tweet that? Didn't he say it's good? Like I think he said 7.
7, yeah.
It was like the team's gonna win by 7 points, and we're gonna think everything's okay. Oh man, that's it. I mean, they have that 30-point win against Charlotte. They have a 13-point win this year against the Pelicans. A 22-point win against Detroit. Man, that stretch where they lost by 27 and then 25.
Oh, was that the throw-up game?
Man.
I think it was. Jazz.
This is they lost by 25 to Memphis. This is tough, man. I'm anxious to see what those numbers are as we put.
Will Z average win is, I was wrong, 8.6.
8.6 points.
I was going under 7.
That's damn near every game hits clutch time. Like every single game the Kings win, it hits clutch time. They're not going into too many of these feeling comfortable at all. We should venture over to the San Francisco 49ers. We're going to talk a lot more Kings, by the way, when James Ham joins us at the top of the 3 o'clock hour. And coming up at the top of the 2 o'clock hour, we're going to have tickets for you to see the Sacramento Kings take on Houston coming up on January 16th. So hang tight for that, whether you're on the Odyssey app, Twitch, YouTube, or 1320 AM. Everybody will have an opportunity to win those tickets. Haven't heard from Big Al in a long time.
Yeah,
but I'm thrilled to hear
we hear about him. We hear from him now. Conveniently.
It's potpourri time, man. I want to wish you first healthy, happy 22. God bless you both. Okay.
Likewise,
and Casey, I had to give you love. It was pretty rough. I know. Listen, I was not rooting. I was not rooting against your Wolverines. Not against those blanking illegitimate from Bama.
Oh my!
No. I loathe and detest those SEC boys. No, never. At least you root for a bunch of guys, athletes from a legitimate scholastic institution.
Oh, just keep taking shots at Georgia. My gosh, I'll say this.
No, I'm talking about Alabama. I'm talking about Alabama.
Georgia
down there too.
I
know.
Big Al hates everything associated with the SEC.
I got you.
Yeah,
I knew that game was over.
Alabama.
I knew that game was over after the first Georgia drive. I was texting my buddy who's a Michigan fan. I said, that was a little too easy. Just a little too easy.
Congratulations for your Kings. That was a very nice victory. Very good. So we'll start in. We'll see what's going to happen. We're going to play each other here.
We don't want your sympathy, Kings love. Like you want to get in a mention of the Rose Bowl real quick or no?
He didn't ask about that. He didn't say anything about the Rose Bowl.
I didn't want to.
He didn't say anything. Put that in his head. He didn't say anything about the stinking Rose Bowl, Damian.
I don't know. It was the only entertaining bowl game that was on this weekend. What do you want from me?
D-Lo, listen, I'm already excited already. You know, I'm such a fan. I can sit there. I could be a researcher now. I've already done all the research on incoming classes
Oh, boy.
of 2022 for the Ohio State.
Oh, boy.
So I already got that lined up. If we get that defense in order,
Yeah, I'm about to say you better get some defenders. I know that much.
That's right.
I'll have to get that
Well, they
fixed.
got
Thanks,
We
guys.
gotta get next year. We going into the horseshoe and gonna win next year. We ain't even got our quarterback yet. Our quarterback is next year. Stop playing.
The math says you'll win again like in 2031 or so.
Well, the
So
math is
I'm
wrong.
glad you had this moment. It's a big moment for you.
We're
It was
going
good.
into the horseshoe next year and doing work.
Your prize was to get absolutely rocked by Georgia.
Did you see who's going to the big house next year to start the season?
Mm-mm.
Fresno State.
Really?
If I was like a Fresno State, I definitely would be going to that game. That's pretty cool.
For sure. I'm
That's
sure
pretty
they're
cool.
banking on it. Yeah, I'm sure they're banking on
I
it.
think there's gonna be a lot of Fresno State people at the big house to open that season. That's gonna be pretty cool.
I bet. Yeah, most definitely. It's a 49ers Monday brought to you by City Center Financial. Refinance today below 1.99% APR at GoCityCenter.com. Trey Lance leads the 49ers to a victory. It wasn't pretty. In fact, the first half was pretty rough. But I thought it progressively got better. How you feeling? I know you had the perfect Sunday, but I know you're not super excited given the circumstances headed into the first ever Week 18.
Well, there's a lot going on here. Let's start with the game yesterday. First half was frustrating. I felt like Kyle was just doing a little too much instead of just letting him be a quarterback, let him do what he has to do out there and get a feel for the game. The pick, that was a little frustrating because Debo was running wild on that same play. And like, that's the rare play where from the TV camera, when I saw Debo going, it just, I don't know. It just looked like he was wide. I said, Debo up top. And sure enough, he was wide open. But our guy Crocky, who we got to talk to. I think I saw Crocky or heard Crocky talk about that particular play. And he just, because he knows these things. This is why we have him on. He's like, the quarterback's never looking there. Like where Debo is, like that play design where that was going, Debo's not an option. Like he's like the fourth option there. So he's going to be going to Kittle. And then you take into account it's a rookie, and Kyle probably told him, this is what's going to be open, hit this or whatever. So there was that. That was a little frustrating, but he finished strong in the first half. And then in the second half, he got way more comfortable, played really well, played really fluid. And I just think, I remember, you remember I said this, Damian, and I said this after seeing some things about Trey and watching his game. I just think that he's a guy that the more reps he gets from within a game, and when you talk about a whole season from game to game, and then his career from season to season, I just think he's going to get better. I think he's going to figure things out as he goes along. If he doesn't know it already, I trust him to figure it out. And I think that happens to him a lot. If we remember some of these preseason games, started out a little rocky as the games went along and he played more and more series, he got better. And that's what we saw yesterday. I think that's a microcosm of what we're going to see for his career. I think Trey Lance is going to be fine in his career. And this is regardless of what happens next week or anything like that. I've seen enough from him to be like, the Niners got one. They're going to be straight.
Okay. I felt like I think the most important thing that you mentioned, and I'm not talking about Trey Lance's career moving forward. I'm still talking about this season because the season's not over for the San Francisco 49ers. Matter of fact, far from it. I love the progression that he made through the game, and probably, and maybe most importantly, not just the progression that he made through the game, because that was a 49er football game. Better yet, that was a Kyle Shanahan coached 49er football game. You had Elijah Mitchell there doing his thing. You were able to do some things with Trey Lance that you can't necessarily do with Jimmy Garoppolo. So you had a lot of positive things there. But I think the most positive, at least for me, the biggest takeaway I have isn't necessarily the progression during the game for Trey Lance. It's the progression from week 5 to yesterday. The last time, I think that was the last time we saw him start him. I don't remember if we saw him play a little bit, I think later, but that was that game against Arizona.
Yep.
He looked, and I've questioned, like, what is this all going to mean when you're sitting around, not sitting around, but you're practicing, you're not in games, you're not in these in-game situations. Like, what is this going to mean when this dude gets under center week 1 next year and is expected to be, you top pick in the draft, you third pick in the draft. We got a solid team here. We're expecting to go to the playoffs. Might even be expecting to go deep into the playoffs. Like, what is all of this going to mean? Well, you see the benefit of being in film, being in those quarterback rooms, being in practice. You saw, I think, even without being on the field, the progression from week 5 to week 17. How much, and to me, I thought he looked better. I thought he looked more poised. I thought he looked more calm, and I thought he got into the flow of the game. And for me, the smartest thing he did, hey, where's Debo? I'm gonna find me Debo.
Find Debo.
I'm going to find Debo.
Find Debo.
And we're gonna figure out a way to win this game against.
Now he's got to learn how to find Kittle. That's the next one. Get Kittle involved. He had the great one-handed catch later.
Wait
in the
a
game.
minute. You said Kyle Shanahan. I thought this had to do with maybe Kyle Shanahan was hiding George Kittle yesterday.
He wasn't hiding him yesterday.
Oh, okay.
He might have been hiding him earlier. He wasn't hiding him yesterday.
Okay.
But so Trey got to figure that out. But
yeah. And that'll come, right? That's reps. That's time. That's the thing that he probably doesn't get during practice is that not probably. That is definitely the thing that he doesn't get during practice is establishing timing with the top guys right there in George Kittle, Debo, and probably Brandon Ayuk after that.
Yeah, and look, we gotta step out, but I gotta talk about why I'm upset.
I'm
upset, damn it.
We got to talk about Trent Williams too.
Yeah. Oh yeah.
Okay,
no,
I just
for sure.
Okay,
for sure.
And I want to talk about Eric Armstead.
Okay. Shout out 91.
Man, I'm saying. And then he's starting to build up a stretch where it's like, hey, wait a minute. He's having a different season than it looked like he was having at the beginning of the year. So we got all that coming up, man. It's 49ers Monday brought to you by Gilmore Heating, Air, and Plumbing. Right now, Gilmore is offering Niner fans a $49 furnace safety inspection. Just mention this ad. You get more with Gilmore, and don't think we're done with Kings talk yet. We got Kings tickets at the top of the 2 o'clock hour. We got James Ham coming up at the top of the 3 o'clock hour. That's all ahead here on ESPN 1320.
Yeah, I'll save that for the radio. It's Ramsey talking about the Texans. It's interesting. We'll talk about it. We'll talk about it.
That was pretty.
It's a good point you put in there, Ramsey.
Oh, Brian, you leave Josh Norman alone. He had one of those calls. I was like, oh. And he tried to get it to go his way too. I ain't even mad at him.
Josh, I'll even say this about Josh Norman on that play. Like you mentioned, he tried. Like so many times you see the guy just run into the offensive player's chest with their head and be like, what? I was there. They always say, well, if you just get your head around, then you'll be fine. He tried to get his head around, but didn't work out.
Yeah.
See, you guys say this. There was literally one play from Josh Norman that you even knew he was around. So if there's 60 snaps and he's bad on one play or gets exposed on one play, that doesn't mean he wasn't good all game.
Shout out to Jeff Hardy Rules. Yeah. I think we mentioned this last night on Sports Extra. Wasn't that different? Yeah. I mean, strictly numbers wise, it wasn't that different. I haven't gotten to see this, man. I was a little tuned out until really yesterday, so I didn't get to see it. I saw clips and Jesus, man, that looked like a hell of a spectacle. But
is that AEW?
Yeah. Yeah, there was I saw some clips on social media. I was like, oh my God, like they really went for it. So that's on my to-do list today. I'll get that done.
Ronaldo, we'll talk about it, big dog. We'll talk about it. They weren't tanking last week. Ah, poor Jesse. Wait, so Jesse, I saw your tweet. I mean, you're done with Tua. That's a good call by you talking about Russell Wilson. That could be a destination.
Yeah. Russell, Jimmy, Deshaun,
Aaron.
You think so? Yeah. I feel like they're already trying to.
Oh, say it's okay.
Oh yeah, I think they're already trying to smooth those waters over.
I think Kirk might be available. Isn't he like possibly a free agent or something like that? Cousins.
Who?
Kirk Cousins.
Oh, Kirk Cousins. Is he? I don't know. I don't know.
I feel like I heard rumblings. I could be wrong though.
I mean,
maybe about 4 or 5 guys.
I mean, there's the, it seems crazy, but there's the stuff with Baker and.
I think Baker, unless he takes a cheap deal, he's gonna be available.
Well, and Lamar too. Lamar ain't got signed yet.
I think they'll sign Lamar.
I think so too, but I mean, if you listen to Rich, geez, Rich still trying to get.
Yeah, Rich has been on that. Rich has been on that. Yeah, I think they'll sign him. I think they'll try and keep Huntley around too.
Does YouTube viewership get factored into your overall audience? Yeah, we factor in all things. I think I know what you mean. You mean like radio ratings wise? That's antiquated, and we don't really worry about that. We do very well in that, by the way. But as Jesse's the only one who really knows, he gets in the ear and goes really, really well. But we love the YouTube and Twitch audience because we've kind of built that. Like, it didn't exist before this show started, which is why I'm so sad that I missed Wednesday's show, because it was just crazy. Like, reflecting, like we were a 2-hour show at the beginning of the year, and then in February when we launched the channels and the 4 hours, yo, we got 50 viewers. We got 50 viewers today. Yo, we got 100. We got 200 viewers. They was in here.
It's a 49ers Monday here on D-Lo and KC, and it's brought to you by City Center Financial. Refinance today below 1.99% APR at GoCityCenter.com.
We were talking about free agent quarterbacks. We're talking about a lot of things there during the break. Kirk Cousins came up in conversations as to quarterbacks that might be on the move. He's got 23.9 fully locked in next year.
23 million for Kirk.
Kirk, when you talk about dudes who have mastered contract negotiations.
How much has he made over the course of his career?
Kirk Cousins' agent and Sam Bradford's agent belong in the Hall of Fame.
At least Kirk is out here playing and kind of producing. Sam Bradford was just not good and never played. Wow.
So much of what Kirk Cousins earned was fully guaranteed. So here we are, Kirk Cousins. I have too many pages open and it's taking forever to load. Career earnings for Kirk Cousins. Oh my.
Oh, wait, let me guess. I'm gonna say,
oh my God.
I'm gonna say it's I'm gonna say 165.
No. At the end of next year, Kirk Cousins will have hit $196.6 million.
Wow.
Ooh. Lord. Wow.
Ooh-wee.
Ain't no fake football money in his contracts either. I knew it was. I knew it was a large number, but damn,
Yo,
he will hit 196 next year. That is astonishing.
Wow. That's a lot of money.
Whew, 10
Good.
seasons.
Wow,
Next year will be his 11th season. Oh man.
Let me hold $1.
Man, that is spectacular. Just for fun. I feel like I do this every year.
Sam Bradford.
Got to.
I think Kirk got him. Well, he played more years too. But Sam is at I say 130.
I don't know. I don't know if Kirk got him. I don't know. Oh, Kirk got him.
I'd say 130 for Sam. 130.
Very nice. It was 130.
There we go. I finally got one of these things that I guess on.
130, 130 and 9 seasons. All right, I'm sorry. Rabbit hole. I gotta look at one more thing.
Who are we looking at now?
Games played.
Oh, I'm gonna give him 45.
Oh my god. No, that's a bit too low. So Sam Bradford, what do we say? $130 million. Let's make sure. Yeah, it's the right Sam Bradford. 83 professional football games.
Damn, how many has Kirk played?
You know what's amazing about this too? This can't be right. 83, and he started all of them.
Wow.
He never came in as a reliever.
He started from day one.
16, 10, 16, then 7, 14, and of course the Philly,
He
Minnesota
started off
stuff.
very fine.
Wow.
As far as being able to.
Oh, his rookie year was phenomenal.
Mm.
His rookie year was phenomenal, and then I think his last year, second to last year, was really good. But, whoo, man, and I believe Sam Bradford was the one who caused the. Like, you know what? We need to put these rookies on a.
Oh yeah, the rookie scale. Yeah, they said this is enough.
He was the last one to get the bag.
As Kanye West said on Death to Auto Tune, he told Jay-Z, "You're too far. You're going too far." That's what the NFL said to all rookie quarterbacks after that.
Marcus Russell and Sam Bradford were like, yeah. Actually, it wasn't Sam Bradford that did it. I just think Sam Bradford was the last one to get the big money. I think they put the rule into place. Sam Bradford was going to be the last quarterback drafted. Yeah. He was taken number 1. There was no rookie pay scale. He got the big money, and then everything changed the following.
Well, was it because of Jamarcus though?
Probably. It had long been a conversation. I don't know that it was because of Jamarcus Russell, but I could see how you could draw that.
Because I say that because I'm not gonna act holier than thou on this one. I thought Jamarcus was gonna be that dude. Like I thought he was gonna kill, and he didn't.
He was LSU.
Yeah, I mean he had a cannon. He had the size. I mean he would throw that ball around like it was a Nerf football. Like it would just shoot out of his arm.
Yeah,
and like I think it was like 70.
Yeah. Like it's funny that we remember that stupid line. I used to think, I remember thinking this at the time. This isn't revisionist history. What good does that do? He can throw the ball 70 yards from his knees. Great. He's down. He can't throw the ball from his knees. Like, what good is this? This is stupid.
That's almost like to me, that's like when they do the measurements for basketball players and they're like, he's 6'7", but he's really 6'6" with his shoes off. Who cares? Like he's not playing basketball without shoes.
Has he got lips in his shoes? Like what is this wrestling out there?
Doesn't matter. Take the damn measurement with his shoes on, and that's what we'll have it as. We're not having the guy in there with no shoes on.
6'6". He's really 6'6". Oh, okay. All right. Cool. Good stuff.
Yeah.
You mentioned, I'll mention that you're listening to D'Lo and Casey on ESPN 1320 KIFM West Sacramento and Odyssey Station, and driven by Lashers, Elk Grove, Dodge. The rookie wage scale was implemented in 2011, and that was the year after Sam Bradford was drafted.
So we've had enough of this.
That for us.
We've had enough of this.
You're not happy. By the way, we got Kings tickets coming up in 5 minutes. So while Kenny's not happy, you'll be happy coming up in just a minute. But I know you're not happy.
So the 49ers beat the Texans yesterday. And in the process of doing that, they were one of the components that was needed for the Philadelphia Eagles to clinch a playoff spot.
Yeah.
There's nothing really wrong with that. It's not a big deal. Like, all right, they clinched the playoff spot. It's all good. Except for the fact that if you go to whatever website you go for any of this stuff and you look at the standings, you see that the 49ers are currently the 6th seed and have to win next week. They don't even have to, like, they got to win, or the Saints have to lose, but I don't think the Saints are losing. So they got to win to get in. And the aforementioned Philadelphia Eagles are currently the 7th seed.
Yeah, that's a wild sight. It's a wild sight to see.
What the hell's going on?
Yeah.
And look, it is what it is. The Eagles are sorry. All right, let me just say that first and foremost. The Eagles are sorry. You can put 7 teams in there. You're gonna get some sorry teams in there. Whatever, it's fine. But the Eagles are sorry.
I don't think they are.
Why aren't they sorry?
I like Jalen Hurts.
I like them too. The Eagles are sorry.
Okay.
I talked about last week. The Niners playing 9 current NFL playoff teams in their schedule this year, the most of anybody in the NFL.
Yep.
The Eagles have played 5.
Well,
they would have played 5 after they played the Cowboys.
Let's also mention that the Rams are good, Arizona's good, and that's why the 49ers schedule is beefy as it is.
That's only 4 games.
Okay. Well, that's 4 of what? 9?
Yeah, that means they have as many out of division games against playoff opponents than the Eagles have all year long.
Okay, I'm just pointing out. I think Philadelphia has gotten better through the year, but I'll step out. This ain't my show.
They have not gotten better. They have not. Okay. They're 0-4 against those playoff teams. They haven't beat a team over 500 all year.
Okay.
All 9 wins against teams under 500. They stink. And after all of that, they locked in the playoffs before the 49ers, and it's because of this stupid little tiebreaker thing between a 3-way tie between them, the Eagles, the 49ers, and the Saints, and which throws out head-to-head out of there. Now, look, I understand when you got 3 teams and they haven't played each other that you have to go to the next thing, but that's wrong. That's wrong. Because if you have, the way I look at it, of those 3 teams, if one of them has no wins, they should be out. They got no wins. It don't matter that the Saints didn't play the 49ers. They got no wins in that whole little triplet of teams. Niners beat the Eagles. They're 1-0. Eagles lost to the Niners, but they beat the Saints. They have a win. The Saints have no wins in that situation. It's an easy fix. Saints and Eagles in the playoffs, or 49ers and Eagles in the playoffs. Simple. Okay. I don't even know how you go to conference and you go to division when they aren't even playing the same caliber teams. How is that fixing everything? So this is a travesty, a shamockery. This is ridiculous. No, it deserves cuz too, by the way, because this is ridiculous.
It's getting ridiculous. It's really ridiculous. This is ridiculous, man. Ridiculous.
It is. And then you want to talk about, we can't go head to head. We have to go to division or conference.
How convenient is that? Wow. How convenient is that?
Well, it didn't just start. Like this has been the tiebreakers for a while.
It's stupid.
They didn't implement this to keep the 49ers down.
It sounds like they did. Number one. Okay. Yes, Kyron, I agree. It's a conspiracy, a conspiracy.
Yeah. Well, let me explain to you how the tiebreakers work.
Allow me to expose my colon once again.
Sorry, I didn't delete that off the board.
Don't ever delete that.
I don't think I can. I don't think I can.
I will be furious if that ever happens. But
let me ask you.
Man, that don't make no damn sense.
Okay, I understand your frustration and now measuring your anger level. I get it. So let me. I'm feeling something else here that I got to ask, and I want to get to Trent Williams, Eric Armstead, all of these. I want to get to all of that, including what might be the most important question is who's going to be a quarterback in Week 18 against the Rams.
I think that's easy. I think that's an easy answer. We'll talk about it though.
Let me ask this
before you do that. Let them know what they can get right now.
Kings tickets. I'm glad somebody's paying attention to this damn show because it sure as hell isn't me. We've got Kings tickets. They'll be taking on Houston coming up on. I don't know what I'd do without you, bro. I'm telling you right now. I don't know what I would do without you. They'll be taking on Houston January 16th. We've got your tickets right now. We'll have your tickets all week. Caller number 3, 916-349-1320. Again, that's 916-349-1320. Let me shout out my partner, man. You did a hell of a job. We haven't really talked about this. I wasn't here Wednesday. That wasn't planned. It was a morning of thing that had to happen. And I got to pop in every now and then when I could, and then went back and listened later because I've had to do a couple like on my own, but I always knew you didn't know. And to do what you did on Wednesday on that short of notice, you did a hell of a job.
Oh, man, I appreciate that, man. Shout out to Maybach. I want to make sure we have that clear. And then shout out to the guy, Kyle Madsen. Shout out James Ham. They all came in and helped out. And Jesse did his thing too. He was in my ear. He was on my Slack, all that other stuff, man, the whole time. So, it was a team effort, man. That's all it is. Team effort.
It's good stuff. Good stuff.
And the callers.
I heard it.
We have my man Vin. He said they need to trade Jimmy and Trey Lance.
Oh my, that's heat. When it calls part to heat, like
I don't know if you heard this part. Ramsey called and said everybody needs to get their colon checked.
I appreciate you, Ramsey. Ain't heard from Ramsey in a while, so he calls in and tells everyone to get there. All right, that's good stuff. But I'm glad.
That's right.
I caught that. I caught the lazy bars. It was good stuff. But yeah, no, I wanted to point that out, man. You did a great job.
I appreciate it. But you were saying
you're not happy.
Oh, why?
Yeah.
You noticed?
Yeah. Are you not confident heading into this game on Sunday?
I'm not 100% confident at all.
No, I'm not asking if you're 100% confident. I'm
like 50-50. This is a nerve-wracking game. Okay. The Rams are a good team. And while the Niners Kyle Shanahan owns McVay, the Niners own him. Debo is Aaron Donald's daddy. All right. We all know this. This is facts. But you can own somebody and not have a perfect record against them.
Mm-hmm.
Like if you're 10-1 against them, yes, you own them. But all they need is they get the one win. So over the course of time, yes, I don't think much is going to change. The Niners are going to continue to beat the hell out of the Rams. Kyle Shanahan is going to continue to smack around Sean McVay, and Debo is going to continue to smack around Aaron Donald. But all they need is one time.
Mm-hmm.
So yes, no, I'm not comfortable at all. This is nerve-wracking time. And of all the teams that need wins, in the entire NFL, this is the hardest game.
And the Rams can't like chill. You kind of correct me if I'm wrong, because now I'm getting my scenarios mixed up with the last week's scenarios versus this week's scenarios. You were a Cowboy fan yesterday, yeah?
I didn't really care. Kind of, yeah.
Because would they have won the NFC West yesterday?
Yeah, the Rams would have won it with the win in Baltimore, which they got. And then if the Cardinals would have lost, they would have won the NFC West. So they wouldn't have had to play. But then you brought to my attention, they may have played anyway for seeding.
Mm-hmm. Yeah. Well, if you won the division, though, you were only like you couldn't have fallen.
No, you would have had the home game. But to your point, you're playing for second round home game.
Yeah.
You know what I mean?
Yeah.
Me and Kyle talked about that. We were like, I think they would have rested.
And my thing to you off the air was I thought they would have played. Mm-hmm. I thought the Rams would have played. Yeah. Now the Rams certainly are playing. Yeah. They don't want to fall into a wild card team here. They're absolutely trying to play, and they win the NFC West.
Yeah.
They don't want to rely on the Arizona Cardinals losing.
They're going to win. They're going to play Seattle. They're winning that game. So
Russell Wilson's final game in the Seahawks.
That's a good point.
Hawks one last time. One last time.
That one is it's in Arizona. So I still think if it was in Seattle, I'd be like, oh, big send off. But it's in Arizona.
I gotcha. Is Arizona a home field advantage? I'm not saying that to be shady.
Well, I think there's gonna be a lot of Seahawks fans. There's gonna be a lot of 12s there. Yeah. Just like there's gonna be a lot of I was navigating some things. I'm not completely closing the book, although I've got the cover over here. I might make a trip to LA, boy. I might make a trip. They're gonna be out there. We are out there. SoFi. We are going to be out there. And I'm like, I think it's close. I don't think it's gonna happen, but oh man.
Wear a hazmat suit if you go. Just a full-on hazmat suit.
That might be the move.
Well, it's outdoors. You know, you're safe outside.
Outdoors ish. They got to open.
Oh, they got the half roof.
So to answer your question, though, no, I'm not confident in this game. This is a tough game. This is nerve-wracking. I think regardless of what's going on, Trey Lance should be under center. If Jimmy is 85%, I think Trey Lance should be under center. It's time to throw him in there, man. Throw him in there. And because of that, I don't know if Trey is ready for that. I don't know if he's ready for the Rams, a top flight defense, a hostile crowd. One thing that I heard Trey say yesterday that I kind of forgot is he was talking about like getting ready for the game. He's like, yeah, it was a lot quieter than the last time I played. I forgot the guy hadn't played a home game in his whole career. He hadn't played a home game. So he played in Arizona, and obviously the crowd was loud or whatever. And he's like, yeah, it was quiet when we were on offense. That was a welcome sign. There's so much that not only does he need to get used to as being a rookie quarterback, but playing this level of competition. Like he ain't played these guys before. You talk about somebody like Joe Burrow and even Mac Jones. No, they're rookies too, but they're playing NFL guys every day in practice. Mm-hmm. They're seeing that type of speed, that type of quickness every single day in practice and in the games in the SEC. Trey Lance, I'd love to see, will he get on this one? How many NFL opponents did Trey Lance play with and against at North Dakota State? Maybe less than 5 if we're being generous. So he's got to get used to all that. Yeah. You know what I mean? It's just a different game. So I say all that to say he should be starting on Sunday. And yeah, I'm nervous. Yes.
It feels like they kept the idea of starting Jimmy. Like realistically, not the phony football idea where we're just not going to tell anybody. It feels like they were really pushing Jimmy might play Sunday. And I'm talking about yesterday. So you don't think that was accurate? You don't think that was never real? Could practice.
When he came out on Wednesday and Wednesday and Thursday, specific, when he couldn't even get through the practice, it's like, oh no. There's no, and mind you, after Wednesday, they were still trying to carry that on. Like, we don't know. Like we just saw he couldn't practice. What do you mean we don't know? Like, no, he's not playing. So I don't think he's playing. I really don't see a scenario where he's able to play at a functioning level this Sunday. I just don't. He had, were you here when he said, I think Kyle mentioned it, or somebody said, they just kind of broke it down. He tore his ligament, and when the ligament tore, part of the bone came off with it.
Oh,
like, fam, that's not. It came out yesterday.
It can't be better in 3 days. It can't be better in 4 days.
They talked about yesterday. I think it was Rappaport said he's going to need surgery at the end of the season. No, they're really, and Jimmy's tougher than a $2 steak. He's tougher than people give him credit for, and I respect that and I like that. But he should not be out there on Sunday. There's no way he's performing at higher than a 60% clip on Sunday. So no, he shouldn't be playing.
Is there I think you said this a second ago. If Jimmy's 85% and Trey Lance is 100, you don't play Jimmy Garoppolo. And I think getting Jimmy to 85% is a stretch.
Yeah, being generous, right? Yeah.
What would Jimmy, or maybe it's not, what would Jimmy offer anything over Trey Lance?
Yeah. He'd offer experience. He'd offer, you've heard me say it a number of different times. I don't think Jimmy's going to get fooled the way Trey Lance did a couple of times yesterday. And granted, look, Lovie Smith, he was doing this stuff when Trey Lance was in Pampers, maybe even before that. So Lovie was giving him some stuff yesterday that kind of messed with his eyes.
I think one of the top 5 beard transformations in maybe recent beard history.
He kind of looks like who's the that's what I was thinking all day yesterday. Dick Gregory. All of a sudden, Lovie Smith looks like Dick Gregory. I don't know. He does.
Yeah, like I remember they showed up. I was like, "Who's that?" Not yesterday. It was earlier in the year. Like, who is that? Like, Lovie Smith. It was like, yeah. Why are they showing that guy and talking about Lovie Smith? Because Lovie used to have almost like a baby face. He did. Like, just like he grew that beard out. Boy,
not only did he grow it out, but now it's Harden levels, it's Dick Gregory levels. It's like, man, we ain't even we're not keeping it low. We growing it all the way out. But yeah, like Jimmy can get under center and know what's going to happen. Can he deliver the rock? That's a whole nother story. But Trey can be fooled, and you've got to dumb down maybe what you do offensively. I heard something where they were talking about there was like no audibles yesterday. Like it's like the game plan was we're calling the play, just run the play. You're not going to get to the line and be like, oh, I might see it. No. Just run it. If it's a bad matchup, just run it. Like there's going to be that. I don't know if he gives some audibles and stuff like that in this game. So yeah, there's definitely concern, and there's things that Jimmy can do that can provide that Trey can't right now at this point in his career.
Jimmy is 5-0 against the Rams in his career, 246 yards per game, 8 touchdowns and 5 interceptions. We'll talk.
I'm going with the rookie.
No matter what.
I'm going with the rookie, man.
I want to talk more about the 49ers. We'll get back to the Kings. We mentioned at the top of the hour, 1320 Kings insider James Ham is going to be with us. I know you had some notes on Trent Williams. I had some on Eric Armstead.
We'll definitely get to both of them for sure. I've got the craziest stat that maybe I've ever heard.
And you got an on this day as well.
Oh, yes.
And there are some other things we're going to touch on Antonio Brown. There's been some debate in the chat house whether Antonio Brown's going to go into a box or not. I don't know that we need to put him in the box yet, but we'll talk about what happened yesterday, and we want to talk about the situation with Becky Hammond as well. So we've got all of that plus James Ham on the way here as this 49ers Monday continues. Brought to you by Gilmore Heating, Air, and Plumbing. Right now, Gilmore is offering Niner fans a $49 furnace safety inspection. Just mention this ad. You get more with Gilmore. You get more dealing with Casey on ESPN 1320 next. All right. Be right back. You going to do a show?
Yeah, I got the show.
Let me get out.
Yes, indeed. 13th round with your main man, Kenny Caraway. And look, I know there was a heavyweight clash with Luis Ortiz and Frank Martin. Or no, not Frank Martin, but I forgot the guy's name off the top of my head. I'm thinking Frank Martin because that's the next guy I was going to talk about. Super impressive with his knockout, Errol Spence product. Very impressive. I know that fight went down, and there's some things I got to watch. We're going to talk about that later in the week. But I got to talk about another boxer who, look, man, I'm not saying that I'm a fan of his. I'm not saying he's good or bad for the sport. But right now, he's putting a clown suit on Dana White. And I love it. I love it. When Jake Paul puts a clown suit on Dana White, I love the game. Oh, hell yeah. Oh, yeah. And it went even further this weekend when Dana White was talking about, hey, he just had to open his mouth. He just had to say something to Jake Paul. And he's like, I'll make sure that if you fight, what'd he say? If I take a steroid test or a drug test every week, you've got to take a steroid test. Jake Paul was like, look, we can do that all day. And I'll one up you. I'll retire from boxing if you follow these type of guidelines. And he was talking about increasing fighters' minimum pay to $50,000. It's at $12,000 right now, guaranteeing UFC fighters 50% of UFC annual revenues, which is at $1 billion a year. It was in 2021. And he said, I'll do all that if you go with these stipulations. I'll fight Masvidal in the UFC, in the octagon, and I'll retire from boxing if you do all that. And the genius that was Jake Paul in this situation, he knows, and we all know, Dana is not doing none of that. He's keeping all the money, and he's getting exposed for it on a daily basis by Jake Paul, and I love it. I love it. Keep doing that, Jake. I don't know if I need to see you in the ring, but keep doing that. Keep making Dana look like the fool that he's showing himself to be as a leader or a commissioner for this organization, and keep putting the clown suit on him. So I'm tipping my hat to Jake Paul, and that's the 13th round. Oh, it absolutely is. Without the NILs at this point, he don't care about these guys at all. Bro, it is. And the crazy thing is these fighters, they keep doing it though. Like these fighters, they don't take a stand. Man, it is bizarre. Absolutely bizarre. Jesse, what'd you do for your birthday, man? I didn't know your birthday was New Year's Eve, man. Nice. What was you drinking on, man? You have some Bel Air? Ooh, he brought out the Bel Air. Ooh, he wasn't playing with these boys with the blue. I know a couple of people who popped up with some blue on New Year's, man. Shout out to my man Aceberg Slim. He said he had, and I need to know how he did this. He said he had 3 bottles of blue.
Man, must be nice. I know it hadn't been too hard to find. I know Bevmo and Total Wine both had them for a while.
Black Bottle said you can't find the McQueen right now, though. Yeah. He said McQueen is off the shelves, like in a good way, like getting purchased off the shelves.
That's awesome.
Shout out to our guy Ernie's too. You know, he was tagging us over the weekend. Shout out to Ernie's, man. He had his display popping off, man, and
yeah,
he got people.
That looked dope.
Yeah,
I was on that McQueen heavy over the weekend. I was on the McQueen heavy during the week.
You know what? I did not drink. I thought I was going to drink on New Year's Eve, but I didn't.
It's actually the one day I didn't. Drank a lot Wednesday, Thursday, and kind of chilled out a little bit after that. Not glorifying it, but just what I was doing.
It is a 49ers Monday and is brought to you by City Center Financial. Refinance today below 1.99% APR at GoCityCenter.com.
A couple of notes here. James Ham going to join us at the top of the 3:00 hour. Trent Williams, I know you had a couple of notes on him. Trent Williams has an elbow sprain. He's going to be managed throughout the week. Of course, in the world of football, an elbow sprain doesn't sound like a big deal. Of course, we're not the ones out there playing football, so we'll just monitor.
Push back other 300 pounds.
Right. I believe your elbow is an important part of that. But yeah, Trent Williams' elbow being monitored here throughout the week. I think there's some COVID issues with the Philadelphia Eagles, which don't matter anymore. There's actually a couple of players headed to the COVID list for the 49ers as well. K'Wan Williams, Dante Johnson, Raheem Mostert. Obviously, those don't really matter either. And even if they did, the way that sports work. Yeah.
Dante Johnson, K'Wan Williams, and who was the other one?
Raheem Mostert.
Oh, Raheem Mostert.
Yeah, it doesn't. Yeah, but they can all be off. Like,
though.
They could be off by Sunday.
Yeah,
it's not 10 days anymore.
When unvaccinated Carson Wentz gets off in 48 hours.
Watching Carson Wentz walk around the field in a mask, I'm just like, Jesus Christ, Jackson. This is really what we're doing here. This is really what we're doing.
He was not going to play, or they weren't going to keep him from playing.
Carson Wentz. I'm glad the Raiders got that win. Shout out
There you
Derek
go.
Carr.
Gonna put some butts in the seat.
By the way, we missed it. My apologies for missing Wednesday's show. It was the anniversary of that clip too. Like we were talking about the anniversary. We were talking about the anniversary before the show of Mankind winning the championship with the big pop, Stone Cold Steve Austin, The Rock, the whole thing. That happened the same night on the other channel. Actually, that happened live. So the anniversary of that, it might be today.
Next week.
It might be today.
Or is it? Yeah, maybe so.
Because if it was taped December 29th on it, so that would be Tuesday, 30, 31, 1, 2. We're coming up on the anniversary of That'll Put Some Butts in the Seats, which is
yeah, it was taped on a Tuesday. That's right. So it'll probably be tomorrow.
One of our favorite clips ever. We use it for everything.
Hey, check this out. This is what I wanted to get to when you talk about the playoffs. This is so bizarre. Mm-hmm. It's not going to happen mainly because one of the teams is not going to lose. Definitely not going to lose to this team. But this is crazy. And this is from Adam Beasley. He says, here's something totally bonkers. If the Colts lose to the Jaguars on Sunday, the Raiders and Chargers both get in with a tie. Literally, there would be no motivation for either team to do anything other than kneel their entire game on Sunday night. If the Colts lost, those two are in, as opposed to knocking one of them out.
Yeah,
they could both be in and just take a knee the entire time.
That's tie. Fantastic. So did they give the Colts the early start? Is that what happened?
Yeah. Colts got the early start. The Sunday night game is Chargers Raiders.
That's right. The Chargers got the prime time.
So they're gonna know if the Jaguars are not.
Did the NFL not think that through?
I guess not.
Like that game could literally mean nothing. Who are the Colts playing that day?
The Jaguars.
Oh, the Jaguar. Oh, okay.
Yeah, they're not.
Okay, yeah, that game's not going to.
The NFL thought it through completely, and they're like, "This is absolutely not going to happen."
They definitely did.
Yeah, so that's a good little Sunday night game too. I thought there was an outside chance, and maybe if the Raiders didn't win yesterday, it might have been Niners-Rams on Sunday night. I thought for a minute there was an outside chance they would get there, but they absolutely chose the right game. Raiders, that's going to be a good one.
Why is every game getting the 425 start or 125 start?
Because the ones that matter they want them at the same time. So, for instance, typically the Saints and Falcons will be a 10 o'clock start, but that has implications. So they want them all going at the same time. So Saints, Falcons are 125. The ones that don't matter at all are on Saturday and Sunday morning.
I see.
So if your game matters, it's going to be at 125.
Chiefs, Broncos. Let's get our man Mitch in here real quick. 916-349-1320. What's up, Mitch?
So it always has to be real quick. How you doing, Damon, Casey? Happy and healthy New Year to you and your families.
Happy New Year, Mitch.
Thank you, buddy.
Thanks, Casey. You know, I hate these Sunday night games. Move it to Saturday night. I don't like Sunday. I mean, I have to go to work early. I'm sorry.
I feel you.
No.
Saturday night they got a game. It's Cowboys Eagles.
But Mitch, the game's over at 8. Like even I can make it till then.
I'm on the right coast.
That's right. That's right. I forgot. Mitch in New Jersey. That's me, Mitch.
Hey,
I've lived that life before. I got you.
Keep moving west, young man. Keep moving west.
That's the way to be if you're a sports fan. Yep, that's the way to be if you're a sports fan.
Definitely. Hawaii's next for you. I think Trey Lance got to play this coming week. That's going to be a great game. That's why I wish that game I could see on TV. They keep showing me these crummy three teams in the Northeast here.
I think you might get that one.
Mitchell was a steal, too. I mean, not only is he fast, he runs people over. I know I don't give you a chance to hear what your response is. That's why maybe I don't learn as much as I should if I just slow down and listen to what you have to say to my point.
Mitch,
Okay,
you're the
live and
man.
learn.
Don't change nothing, Mitch. Don't change a damn thing.
Have a good
You
one.
are the man.
I love Mitch. I'm pretty sure Mitch just had a whole conversation with himself. Like he asked, he answered. I know I got to do this. I got to do that. I forget. Like even with the thick accent that our man Mitch is in New Jersey, and those games end at 11 o'clock. And if you ain't never been out there, boy, that's a tough life.
I haven't lived
sports
out
fan
there.
is
I
a tough
loved
life.
it, though. I loved it.
Yeah, you would. You would.
Yeah, that is.
I didn't even have nothing to do out there, and I didn't want to stay up that late.
Kings games at 10 p.m. Shout out Miss P.
Man, brutal.
10. Well, at least not 10:30 no more.
I remember. I'll never forget that first time out there. It was the Lakers ring ceremony, and it was like 11:30, and it was halftime. I was like, "Oh, damn! I'm gonna miss every Kings game from now on, huh?" Okay. That's a damn shame.
Yeah,
that's a damn shame.
That's my type of living right there.
It's a cold world. Ain't for me. Wasn't built for it. Had to move back.
Now if I had a job like I do right now, that would be perfect. If I had an old job like I had back in the day, it'd get a little dicey. Oh, absolutely. I
didn't even have a job.
Wow.
The job was to work out. We had to get up and go to the gym.
I would have been up all night long, baby, all night long. There was something else I was going to say. Mitch brought up a good point. Oh, that's what I was going to say. I like there was some good moments on the broadcast yesterday, but for whatever reason, I kept getting frustrated that Greg Gumbel kept calling him Eli Mitchell. Never heard anybody call him Eli Mitchell. It's Elijah. Does he even accept that?
I don't know. That's not one I'm familiar with. That caught me like the Ayuk thing does. Like, oh, they know something we don't. I feel like someone should tell us. Eli Mitchell? I had never heard anyone call him that before either.
No, I hadn't either. But he made up for it. I don't know if anybody caught this, but this is so random, but it was pretty funny. So they did I think it was either a commercial or a read for the equalizer, and the Houston Texans is when they missed the field goal, and they would have tied it up at 10. And Craig goes, "Yeah, we just did a read for the equalizer," and James in the broadcasting truck says the Texans weren't able to equalize this game. There's a reason they don't put microphones in the truck.
That's a good line. I missed that. That's a good line. That's a good line. Eli Mitchell finished with 119 yards. I thought he was a big reason. That was Kyle Shanahan football yesterday that helped Trey Lance get the 49ers to a win. I know you got something that you want to add on Trent Williams. I know you have some stats and all of these things. Can I show some love just because I feel like we've been maybe more me than you, a little critical of him this offseason, this season. I thought Eric Armstead had a hell of a game yesterday. Mm-hmm. And I feel like that's the third or fourth week in a row we've talked about Eric Armstead's performance in the game. And I started to kind of dig back into some of his stats and some of the clips. Eric Armstead is, this second half of the season is accumulating out to be a really, really good season for him.
Absolutely. I agree.
I thought he was, I think I don't know if he had a sack yesterday or half a sack or how that really works out, but I felt like he was involved in a lot of different plays. And it's the third or fourth week in a row I feel like we've been able to talk about Eric Armstead following a 49ers game. So shout out to the Sacramento product, man. I think he's had a hell of a stretch here.
Yes, sir. Yes, sir. I've like I said, been critical, and some of it for not only myself but anybody else a little unfair because we kind of pit him up against the contract that he got, and then who left because of the contract he got, right?
Right.
But that doesn't mean he's been a bad player. It's just a tricky situation for him. But to your point, the last, I'd say 5, 6, maybe 7 weeks. And there's numbers that point out from the start of the season, he's, gotten pressures or stuff like that. There's PFF numbers that point out to that where he's had a good season. I'm pretty sure he got selected to the Pro Bowl or a Pro Bowl alternate, I think. I think. But we're saying all this to say he's had a really good season, and his impact it's jumped off the TV screen in the last few weeks. He's had some really big moments. I know he had a sack, I think yesterday for sure, like you mentioned, but there was 2 or 3 times when Adam Archuleta, the analyst on there, was signaling in and zeroing in on him just bull rushing and beating this guy one-on-one and clearing space for Ebukam or Arden Key or something like that. So he's done some really good things, man. He's had a really good season. And hey, the son of the city, the son of 916, man, we love to see that, man. We love to see that from 91.
Indeed. Trent Williams isn't, but I know you had some notes on him that you wanted to throw out before we touched on a couple of other things.
It's not a note. It's just so they mentioned it a little bit in the broadcast, and George Kittle mentioned it. I've heard a couple other people loosely mention it, but I think they say more so just on the team, and they're like, Trent Williams is the best player on the 49ers. Like, he's the best player. And that includes Kittle, all this other stuff. You want to talk about who the best player is, it's Trent Williams. And then I've seen different stuff about, like, he's had perfect PFF scores, or grades or whatever for his position, like almost all year long, like all year. And I think Kittle mentioned it, and I'm going to bring it up. Is Trent Williams the best player in the NFL?
Geez, I don't think so.
Because
I mean, I guess
he's at the. It wouldn't really matter because you're just talking about the best player. It shouldn't matter what he plays or whatever.
I got you.
But you're talking about left tackle. That's the most important offensive lineman that there is, and he's the best at it.
Right.
It's perfect grades in this PFF thing. And I only bring it up. There's a little something here. There's a little twinge here for me because we talk about the impact that Aaron Donald has and all this other stuff.
Well, Aaron Donald stuff aside, because I knew I sniffed this out that this was going to lead to Aaron Donald. Like I sniffed that one out pretty early in your monologue there. I do remember pretty consistent talk when that whole situation was going on with Washington, that Trent Williams was the best player in the NFL. Like, you take all of that, you take some of these different things out, and
pound
you just
for
look
pound.
There you go. It's not outrageous. It's probably a little out of my scope of understanding to rank a left tackle against a quarterback, against a wide receiver, against a running back, against a cornerback, against a DB. Like that's a task that is meant for others. But like, I enjoyed the conversation. I think Trent Williams is a hell of a football player for sure.
For full transparency, I mean, that's not my bag. Just like that's something Crocky would be able to tell me more than I would, right? And as much as I love Trent Williams, the swaggiest lineman.
Yes, indeed.
By far the swaggiest offensive lineman of all time. Like the aura is just
not
crazy.
Even close.
Yeah, the aura is crazy from Trent Williams. That's my guy. I love Trent Williams. He's a beast on the field. You just ask me, I would even say Aaron Donald is higher on the pecking order. Trent Williams.
Wow.
This is what people don't understand.
Oh, this is what you're doing. This is what you're doing going into Rams week. You're going to praise Aaron Donald going into Rams week. You're going to say nice things about him. Next thing you know, you're going to say something nice about Matt Stafford, or you're going to talk.
Matt Stafford is a very giving quarterback. Is the streak still going on of pick sixes that he has?
Oh my gosh, that number was insane. What was it? 6?
Yeah, that was in the whole season. I think he's got 6 out of the last 7 games of pick 6.
That is nuts. That is absolutely insane. Absolutely insane. I saw that and was like, wait,
every week since they played the Titans. That's what it feels like.
Where are my Rams notes? Here they are. Let me pull up my Rams notes and see if I can
give me another one. That was a big win by the Rams on Sunday. That was. Hey, look, once again, I ain't no hater. That was a big win. To go out there, come from behind. It looked like the Ravens were going to run away from that game a couple of different times, and they kept it close and found a way to win. So that was a big one. But no, look, I will do what you're saying, but once again, I'm not a hater. And
I know that.
people misconstrue my Aaron Donald argument. Aaron Donald's a beast. Like he's a monster out there. I just don't think he's the best player in football. But I mean, that doesn't mean he's not third.
Right.
Aaron Donald is a monster. So Aaron Donald is, he's a bad boy. I would put Aaron Donald over Trent Williams. But I mean, I'm just trying to have people keep the same energy. If you come with these impact numbers and arguments for Aaron Donald, the same thing needs to be happening for Trent Williams, who has been literally perfect all year long.
I couldn't find the Matt Stafford stat, but that was his 42nd career game-winning drive since 2009. That's insane. I know he has.
I can't even imagine him having 42 wins.
That's a good point. That's a really good point.
Come from
Very well, maybe. Very well, maybe. By the way, the most since I think 2014, Matt Stafford, he has 30. Derek Carr added to his list. He has 29.
Big ups to the Raider fans. I've heard people in the chat talking about, you ain't gonna talk about the Raiders, you ain't gonna talk about the Raiders. Well, we had more important things to talk about, but that doesn't mean we're not gonna talk about the Raiders. That was a big time win yesterday in Indianapolis. I heard a lot of people talking about how
winning
Indianapolis is, just they're lights out and what they did on Christmas and all this other stuff, and to go on the road and handle business there for the Raiders. Derek Carr, what a pass to clinch that game. What a moment. What a pass. 3rd and 10. You make the perfect pass to Hunter Renfrow. That was big time by the Raiders, man. And now they're like you said, they're in a situation where they win and they're in, man.
Simple as that.
Mm-hmm.
Get the job done. Good for the Raiders. Good for
Once
Raiders
again,
fans.
I mean, I guess I got to keep playing it for them. I keep playing it every week for them.
Still standing. I'm still strong.
True story.
Yeah.
True story. We posed the question over on youtube.com/ESPN1320. What do you think happens here with the playoff situation being what it is? The Raiders make the playoffs. The 49ers make the playoffs. Neither or both. Right now, 41% say the 49ers make the playoffs and 26% say neither. That's followed closely by 24% saying both make the playoffs, and then 9% saying only the Raiders make the playoffs.
If I had to vote on that one, this isn't a homer situation. I would pick the Niners getting in. I'd pick the Niners getting in, followed by neither getting win. I don't think the Raiders are going to win on Sunday.
You don't think so?
No.
Okay.
No.
Okay.
And that's not. I just think the Chargers are better, but that's a tough game. The one thing that will be going on for the Raiders, I think, is for the first time since maybe week 1, it doesn't feel like they'll be infiltrated with opposing teams' fans. Chargers don't travel.
Right.
So
right.
They'll get a true home game. And I think they'll be charged up in Vegas, winning, you get in. So, Raider fans from all over, from Vegas, LA, Oakland, they're going to come down for that one. They're going to be ready to go. I just think the Chargers are a tough matchup for the Raiders. I think that's and Waller might still be out. So I think the Chargers win. Somebody mentioned it earlier about the Saints and the Falcons. And yes, I think the Saints will win that game, and it'll force the 49ers to have to win. But when you talk about playing spoiler, when you talk about a rivalry, the Falcons stink. But if that stuff matters at all in sports, it's going to matter on Sunday. Atlanta wants, if they can knock out New Orleans, that's a sneaky feud that us on the West Coast and everywhere else don't really. That one is nasty. New Orleans versus Atlanta and the Falcons and the Saints. So if they got an opportunity to knock out the Saints, I think they're going to be locked in for it. So,
are the Falcons good though? I mean, sorry, not the Falcons, not the Falcons. Are the Saints good?
No, not really.
Yeah, I didn't think so either. That's why I'm as I've been so confused. Like, I don't know if you're doing it to kind of protect your heart and just focus on the
Falcons aren't good. That's why.
No, I don't think either one of these teams are very good.
I think the Saints are slight because they got Kamara and their defense. I think they're better than the Falcons.
Okay. The Bucks, at least as of today, did in fact not officially release Antonio Brown. It's according to Adam Schefter. It's according to the NFL's waiver wire. There are ongoing discussions with the NFL about how to move ahead in this situation. That again is according to Adam Schefter. I'm not sure what he's referring to. Like what are they looking into? It appears, by all outward appearances, Antonio Brown quit and then got fired, and they just haven't turned in the paperwork yet.
Right.
The HR representative for the Bucs, I guess, has been busy today and didn't send in that paperwork. But Bruce Arians talking about Antonio Brown is no longer a Buck. Yeah, kind of figured that when he left and caught an Uber outside the stadium when the game was over. Like
that was crazy.
Like, and I know you try to be careful with this stuff, and I saw this right away. I know a couple of. I think Tom Brady said something about having compassion and, being made aware of the incident. I saw, some people I know on social tweeting, be this isn't normal. Like, be kind. And it's kind of like, yeah, I'm over it, dude. Like, I got my own problems. I ain't worried. Like, if me and Antonio Brown don't have the same problems, like his problems like are on a really high profile stage. I'm not going to feel sorry for him. I got my own issues, too, that I got to deal with. Right. I ain't worried because Antonio Brown decided to quit in the middle of a football game, or decided he didn't want to play that day, or decided he was too injured to play that day, or whatever the situation may be. He made the decision to take off his shoulder pads, take off his shirt, throw it into the crowd, run off and wave. I ain't going to feel bad for him, man. He made that decision. Whatever happens 5 years from now, 10 years from now, whatever we learn about Antonio Brown, whatever. I'm past the stage of feeling sorry for this dude.
Yeah, I mean, there's maybe it's a situation where we don't know all the details to everything that happened, but I'm sorry, man. Antonio Brown, as far as when you talk about sympathy, like I don't want nothing bad to happen for him, but I'm also not feeling bad for him because because he's wasted all those opportunities with his behavior over the course of his career. I said it yesterday on Sports Sunday. I hope he's got the rest of his life to live. So whatever's going on, I hope he takes care of it. I hope everything is fine. But I'm not going to sit up here and talk about poor AB after what happened yesterday. That's right. No, that is not going to happen for me. I hope he's fine. I hope he takes care of himself and his family and has a great life moving forward. But ain't no poor AB about yesterday.
We're going to have a great hour moving forward because 1320 Kings insider James Ham is set to join us. We'll shift gears. We'll get back to basketball. We'll get back to the NBA, and we'll do that as this 49ers Monday brought to you by Gilmore Heating, Air, and Plumbing continues. Right now, Gilmore is offering Niner fans a $49 furnace safety inspection. Just mention this ad. You get more with Gilmore. You get more dealing with KC and Kings Talk next on ESPN 1320.
I'll be back.
Yes, sir. I gotta start putting I'm gonna start putting that Twitter, not poll, but Twitter just note about things to talk about on the house show. Though I think we're getting into WrestleMania season, which is kind of dope. Like the fact that we're getting Jesse said, is there anything to the shows like Raw and SmackDown being trash, but the pay-per-views being good? I don't know. I think they can have one-off. I think they can have one-off like matches, like one-night stories. I think their problem is long-term storytelling. I think when it gets to the big events, they put on, like, I don't even know how they got to that fatal 4-way last night that turned into a 5-way. They had to throw the whole thing out because they added Brock Lesnar to it. I think when it comes to like one-night performances, they all do a really good job with that stuff. I just feel like the problem with WWE is there. I think long-term storytelling, and they have too much TV. I think that's the biggest issue. They're trying to fill 5 hours of TV, and I think that's killing them. No. Mm-mm. I don't think we do. Jesse asked if I think we see The Rock before WrestleMania, and I don't think we do. I hope so. I think there's something, if done right with Roman, I think there's something there. Yeah, I see it in here asking about Tony Khan's remarks. Yeah, it was almost like Tony Khan, the owner of AEW, made some remarks about like diversity because someone said there's not enough diversity in the upper structure of AEW, and it feels like he purposely misheard it, or he wasn't willing to acknowledge it. So I don't really know why the owner of a company needs to like bash like a performer. Like, I don't think that's the way to go. I don't think that's a smart strategy. Let them go, let them, do their thing. Like, that's not something he really needed to comment on, especially in that setting, nor did he need to like acknowledge her. Like, let her be a performer. You may want her back on your roster again someday. Like, I just don't think that's smart. Long-term storytelling has been a problem for a while, indeed. They plan long-term. Dude, very, very true. Very, very true. Yeah, very true. Oh, man. So I'll get that posted on Twitter. I feel like I will keep an eye on it now that, WrestleMania season is... I don't even think it's approaching, like it's here, like as we start to creep towards the Royal Rumble. Kind of it'd be interesting to see what they're going to do with Brock, what they do with Roman. I love that they just say, oh, Brock can appear wherever he wants to. I love the Royal Rumble too, Tim. That's one of my favorites. Well, Tyler, I think this is when they start to tell those stories. And I wonder if, you have Brock and Roman for sure, but I do wonder if they go the Brock Bobby Lashley direction, and if that happens before WrestleMania or at WrestleMania. I certainly don't want to see that in February. I saw they changed the names too. They no longer have pay-per-views.
What are they called?
Premium live events. That's what they're called. Premium live content here on ESPN 1320 on the Odyssey app, and of course on twitch.tv/ESPN 1320, youtube.com/ESPN 1320. Our man James Ham, 1320 Kings insider and creator of the Kings Beat, set to join us coming up here. Should mention this is James is gearing up for his virtual happy hour. I'll retweet it right here. If you're not a subscriber yet to the Kings Beat, become one. Become a premium subscriber, because those off-the-record conversations, they're worth it. I ain't going to say James get loose, but James gets comfortable. And he does the show in his bar, and he has a little old-fashioned with him, and then someone will start talking, and I'm pretty sure I just got an alert that he's got a special guest from The Athletic. First name Sam, last name Amick. I believe that's what I read here in my update. Yeah. So again, it's off the record. It's not recorded. It's not podcasted. It's a lot of fun though. And James told some stories I didn't know. Like I legit just did not know, and they were fantastic.
I gotta tap in this time. What is
it's Thursday. I think it's Thursday. Well, it's got to be Thursday because there's a game Tuesday, Wednesday, and Friday. It's literally the only day it could possibly be. So if you're not a premium subscriber for the Kings Beat yet, go become one. And James Ham's going to join us coming up here. It's just a couple of minutes. As we get back to the Kings, one more thing I want to mention, and it's NBA-ish related. Becky Hammon took a job. Not in the NBA. Becky Hammon took the job to be the head coach of the Las Vegas Aces in the WNBA. And I have struggled to figure out like how I feel about that. It's obviously great for the WNBA, but I also wondered, like, what does this mean? I've told you, I've said this on the show. I don't ever feel like Becky was a serious candidate for a job. And when I'm almost positive it was Woj, but it could have been Shams. I don't know that it really matters. Someone tweeted, Becky Hammon has now made it further in the interview process than any woman before her. It was like, oh, she ain't getting a job this go around. That's the big push, is that she was a so-called finalist. I don't think Becky's ever been considered, like seriously considered for a job. And the sad truth is, I don't think a woman has seriously, not Teresa Witherspoon, not Nancy Lieberman. I don't think there's been a woman who's seriously been considered for an NBA job. Yeah. And so I wondered if, because I don't know, it says she's the richest, like it's the richest deal in the history of the WNBA. The head coaches make good money. They don't make millions of dollars. It's probably a upgrade in pay, given but she was a tenured assistant. Truthfully, I don't think it's that much more. All right. Like just knowing like a little bit about the numbers and trying to do that. I don't think it's not a life-changing number. Right. I wonder if she just got sick of the circus. Like, yeah. Look, this ain't happening. I'm gonna take this Vegas job and be a head coach. There could also be a situation where Pop said, I'm gonna coach a couple more years. Go be a head coach. This job will still be here. You'll still be a candidate for this job. Like it was given the fact that it felt like Becky was kind of anointed, like she was going to be the first one to get the job. It was jarring to see that she took and I think if you've listened, I think this Vegas Aces job, this is prime. Like this is championship contender immediately. Yeah. But it's still like, wow, she went to the WNBA. She didn't go to college where you legitimately, you could
sit on
bring in a mill. Yeah, you could bring in a mill. But she went to the WNBA.
I always, and we talked about this earlier off air, but I always felt a little uneasy about how some people would ride for Becky Hammon, and I hope people understand what I'm saying. Yeah. When I say, like, I thought it became less about Becky Hammon and if she was qualified enough, and just the fact that she was a woman. And there's merit to that too as well. That's fine. I don't have a problem with it being a woman, but I want people to say Becky Hammon should get the job because she is a great basketball mind, right, and she deserves this opportunity. And people that didn't even know who Becky Hammon was would just say, Becky Hammon should have got the job. Well, maybe, but do you really even, are you just saying a name now just because you've heard other people say that? And that was always like, I wanted the focus to go back on how good Becky Hammon is, because I think she was great as a point guard in her playing career, very intelligent. She's great whenever I see her doing summer league stuff or G League stuff or whatever the case. Like, I wanted the focus to be more so on that as opposed to just because she's a woman, and maybe that's how she felt, and she didn't want to, like you said, be part of the circus anymore or whatever the case may be. And she went to the WNBA. You mentioned two things about the WNBA. You mentioned how that's a great move for them, and I agree. I think that's great for the WNBA to get somebody like Becky Hammon in there, an alumni of the league, coming back and leading one of the premier teams in the league. I was reading an article on the WNBA over the weekend, and 25 years in, they have. The talent is getting better and better, and it's getting spread out throughout all women's basketball. I think for a lot of times, women basketball was, you had the top teams, and then it was the bottom team. There was no in between. Now I think that's evening out in college, and we said it in the WNBA. And I'm going to ask you the question. Do you think they should move their season
out of the summer?
Mm-hmm.
To where?
To maybe now, and you just
with the NBA and the NFL going on.
Yeah, or start now. Because what happens in the summer, think about their schedule in the summer. They kind of get lost. Like between the finals, the draft, summer league.
Sure.
They got like a 2-week period, and then NFL is starting, and people are thirsty for the NFL. And then they have their finals around the start of the NFL when people are like really thirsty.
Right. Correct.
And I just feel like if they say they could start at Christmas, because it doesn't have to be an exact time, but start around now, and NFL will be winding down. You could have your finals before the NBA playoffs start.
Yeah. But here's, I totally get that line of thinking, but here's a really important part that you're missing. Overseas seasons start in that time frame. That's where they make money, like real money. That's where great play. That's where
the overseas starts about now.
Yeah.
Okay.
Like I go to my Instagram stories, I see Bria Hartley. She I mean, and there are some seasons that start
right after.
Tisha would tell stories. She'd be, especially when the Monarchs were good and they were playing into September, they'd finish the season. The finals against Detroit or lose against San Antonio or whoever in the playoffs. They'd have a week or two, and then they're off, overseas until May.
Yeah.
And they're you look around and there's a lot of Diana Taurasi, Candace Parker. They became millionaires over there.
Yeah.
Until the WNBA can do that,
yeah,
can't do it.
Because I think about it as like Sacramento's probably not the ideal market anyway, because they'll go to do anything. But you set up the WNBA schedule in places that have an NBA team just while they're gone. While the NBA team is gone. That's when they get their home games and vice versa, and you use the arena that way. And I think there does become a point, even for somebody like myself who loves basketball, where I got to take my own off season, right?
Yeah,
I can't be locked in. I'm gonna just take this time to not watch games, and unfortunately, that's during the WNBA season. Like after summer league, like I need a break. I need a month or two. That's their prime time. You know what I mean? And right now, like, okay, like I watch women's college games right now because it's basketball season. And like, yeah, let me see what's going on here. South Carolina loses over the week to Missouri. Like I'm checking out all this other stuff.
Duke beats Notre Dame.
Duke beats
short-handed.
Notre Dame. Yeah.
COVID protocols. Not that I was watching. I'm just saying.
Speak on that thing. Hold on, man. Duke did what?
Duke beat Notre Dame.
Come on. Let's talk about it though.
I tell you, I got a call 2 hours before that game. I can't believe this. We got to go through these COVID protocols. I just lost. Duke just lost 2 players. I can't believe we got to go into this game against Notre Dame. Gosh, I'll call you later. I'm watching this game. Didn't get no call after it was over. I'm just saying, whatever. But yeah, that was a big win. I get it. It creates an interesting situation too, where you're a senior. You play in the Final Four, or you play in the tournament. You're done in March, April. You don't play basketball again until like December.
Yeah, that's true.
Like whereas now you wrap up and you pretty much you get a few minutes and then it's similar to the men's
the WNBA draft. I think like a week after the national championship, didn't they? Like a week or two.
Mm-hmm.
Yeah,
that's normally when it is.
Like 3 weeks after that.
Shortly. Yeah. Well, yeah, that's about right. May. Yep. That's what it is.
I don't know. I had that thought. Like I said, I was like, I think of myself, I'd like to see more WNBA, but I can't lie, it gets lost in the shuffle in the summer sometimes.
Well, that's because you're locked into Wednesday baseball games, and that's just not something I do. So I can't relate to that issue. As we welcome our buddy 1320 Kings insider, James Ham. James, how are you, my friend?
I'm good. It's been a wild couple of days with the Sacramento Kings. Always too high, always too low.
It's been a wild couple of years for the Sacramento Kings, Hammer.
Yeah, I'm like 12 years of wild, actually. Yeah,
that's what it is. That's going to be the name of the next virtual meet and greet. 12 Years of Wild, starring James Ham. I got the alert. We were just telling people, go subscribe, go become a premium subscriber to the Kings Beat and be a part of the virtual happy hour this week.
Yeah, we're super excited. Virtual happy hour is happening Thursday from 5:30 to 7. We get a little crazy on the happy hour.
Yep.
It gets a little crazy. Get a couple old fashions, get a little loose.
Yep, that's what it is.
Yeah, it's fun. And I'm like in my bar, and then we have a special guest this time around. So, Mr. Sam Amick from the Athletic is gonna join in and hang out with Sean and I, and hopefully you guys pop in. And it's a party. It's a good time, and we let people ask all kinds of questions, and we're honest about our answers, and it's a good time. That's why it's called the off the record Kings Beat virtual happy hour. It gets a little wild.
Everybody, before they enter, they have to put their phones in a case, and
that's what it is.
Yeah, you certainly cannot record on the Zoom. I know that. And you know what? Like, look, if someone wants to record and put it out there, I'll just ban them. I'll just cut their access.
I don't think there's anything that extraordinary out there, but there's some really good stuff.
Or you could just be like, "No, that's not me.
No,
it's not me.
Photoshop.
That's not me.
Photoshop.
That's not me."
That was De'Aaron Fox yesterday, though, in the fourth quarter. As we had someone look this up. The Kings have won games by the Kings have lost their last 7 games by 18.3 points per game.
Yeah,
that is just astonishing. They've won games on the season by, I think it was 8.3 points per game. That's just amazing. And you talked about a crazy couple of days for the Sacramento Kings. De'Aaron Fox's fourth quarter last night, really the best we've seen him play since returning off of the COVID list. What was your takeaway from De'Aaron yesterday?
Yeah, I thought he got downhill. He got downhill on that team. They had no idea how to stop him. And how they stopped him was to foul him. And he stepped to the line and he hit his free throws. I thought he was absolutely brilliant down the stretch. And just really, he's the difference maker that everyone has been waiting for him to be. And look, I'll tell people this too. Like before he got put on the health and safety protocol list, he was averaging almost 27 points a game over his previous 5 games. He was playing really, really well. And, this is impacting players in all kinds of different ways. And we got to see him step up and kind of be the guy that we've been waiting for him to be this season that he was last season. He's a guy who was one of the top fourth quarter scorers in the NBA last season. And it's just, where has he been? And he took a little ownership of that. He said, I haven't been that great. My teammates showed, their faith in me, just like he had showed faith in Chimezie Metu earlier on that buzzer beater that, was so huge for the Kings over Dallas. So, yeah, I think that we're starting to, I don't buy in. This is new year, new us, that Tyrese Halliburton said. But I certainly think that there's a potential, because this team has always had the talent. It's just the light bulb. I mean, they don't have talent to win an NBA championship. I totally agree with what Alvin Gentry said the other night. They don't have that kind of talent. They shouldn't be this bad. And they shouldn't be this inconsistent, and hopefully they won't be from here on out, but that would be crazy for me to bank on that.
What do you kind of attribute Fox's aggression last night to? Was it just one of them nights, or, I'm always checking the pulse, James. Did something click in him? Is it simply the fact that he's feeling better after coming from COVID and things of that nature? Like it seemed like he made it a point yesterday to go at that Miami Heat team when he saw a weakness and whoever was guarding him or whatever the case may be. Is that just one of those random nights, or is it more of a concerted effort for him, maybe with the start of the new year? I don't know.
Yeah, I mean, I think this is who he knows he has to be, for sure. And I think there's a little bit when you look up and Nick Stauskas and Kyle Guy and even Tyler Hero, like there's some guys you're looking up and you're like, well, that guy's not going to be able to stay in front of me, and that's what I think his mentality was like, that. And like Yurtseven, and what a find. He was so good at the California Classic, but man, it looks like it translates. But the problem is he can't block a shot. He can't block a shot with a guy like De'Aaron coming at him. He just doesn't have the lateral quickness. So, I think all things led to sort of, this is what De'Aaron Fox knew he had to be in that moment. And I thought it was good. He was really good defensively too. He has been really engaged the last like 4 or 5 games defensively. Does he get beat on occasion? Sure, but so does everyone else. I just think it's a good moment for him, and he needs to keep having these moments if this Kings team is going to succeed.
You're listening to D'Lo and Casey along with 1320 Kings insider James Ham here on ESPN 1320 KIFM West Sacramento and Odyssey Station, and driven by Lashers, Elk Grove, Dodge. What do you think it is though with De'Aaron? Like, because it wasn't just his aggression throughout that game. It was, in the fourth quarter, he got really aggressive and active in that fourth quarter. I think he went to the foul line 9 times in the fourth quarter. Is it just what you were speaking of, recognizing the moment, recognizing who's in front of him, recognizing this is what it's going to take for us to win? Is it something else? Like what really got him off there in that fourth quarter?
Well, I think if you listen to his post-game comments, like, he understands that he hasn't played well. He understands that that's the conversation out there. That, again, I think De'Aaron Fox, if this team is in the playoff hunt, is a much better player than De'Aaron Fox, where he feels beaten down and like they're heading the wrong direction. He takes a lot of ownership on what's happened and why this team isn't as good as they should be. And I think in that moment, he just saw it like, hey, he was really good a couple of times over the last few games in moments. He just hasn't been able to sustain it. And I think a lot of that is just coming back from COVID. I think Davion Mitchell asked to come out of a game for the first time because of COVID. He was out of breath and winded. And then the next game, after being really good, he wasn't, so like you're seeing like the hit and miss with all of these players coming back. Alex Len just looks so out of rhythm, and no matter like just missing games in the NBA, like what Rashawn Holmes did. Rashawn Holmes wasn't even half the player we're used to seeing on either end of the court when he came back, and now he's out again. So, I think every game has its own feel and its own personality, and I think the Kings felt the punch. They got hit there in the third quarter, and then they responded, and they said, "Look, we're gonna put this one." We're going to get this one. And that's what I think we saw. We saw a very good effort all the way through the tail end of the game. And you got the big stop. I think that's the other thing. Mm-hmm. It's not that just that you scored. It's that at the end of the day, you got the stop that won the game. Yeah. And that's huge. And that was 3 guys jumping and flailing, trying to make the shot as hard as possible. So,
yeah.
No, I like the fact that they took whatever Miami was dishing out in that third and early in the fourth quarter and responded. We saw so many times in 2021 that that they would take that and it would turn into a 22-5 run for the other team. And you just ask yourself, as you're sitting there watching the game, like we talk about with 9-game losing streaks, just don't let the team go on a 22-5 run and you might have an opportunity to win the game. Yesterday, it looked like Miami was following the blueprint. They knew what time it was. This is the time where they go. And they hit them, and the Kings responded not once, but twice. And I just hope that's – me and James talked about it on Wednesday with New Year's resolutions for the Kings. Just be tougher physically and mentally in those situations. And they started off really well with how they responded to what Miami did yesterday.
Yeah, if you just go back to the game before, they tied the game at 67. They were the team punching early in the third quarter. And then it's like Dallas played a little bit of, rope it up, a little bit of laid back, and then just hit him with a right cross. And the Kings that was a 24-2 run after it was tied at 67-67. Just embarrassing. And the Kings went 0 for 12. The only 2 points they had was a pair of free throws from Harrison Barnes. That's it. So, look, at a certain point, it's not like you don't know what the problem is. You know what it is. So you keep getting out physicaled, and it becomes a self-fulfilling prophecy a little bit, I think. Teams come in thinking, they go into halftime, they're like, okay, we got this team right where we want them. If we hit them hard right now, they'll fold, right? And we saw it on, what was it, Wednesday? Oh, no, on Friday. They just folded. They folded so bad, it was embarrassing.
Right.
So that's what teams come into the game thinking. Hey, if we keep it close until halftime, we keep it even if it's within 10, 12 points, all we have to do is hit this team hard in the third quarter, and they'll fold up shop. And maybe that's what they're learning, like just the mental fortitude, the mental toughness, and start using your timeouts better. Start stopping those runs the best you can. And I know Gentry had a really astute point. He said at some point, the play on the court has to be the timeout. And I'm like, yeah, that's true. The play on the court, the players have to take ownership over what they're doing, and they need to take care of it. They need to stop the run. And for at least one game, they did it. So it's good to see.
Yeah.
It felt like a lot of things went right for the Kings yesterday, which I think is what like Davion knocked down a few shots. I thought Damian Jones was really, really good. I want to talk more about that. And I think you noted this last night on Twitter. We lived by the buddy last night. And it's like, you want to believe, okay, there are things getting better. Okay, they got punched in the mouth. They responded. But then you look back and you go, yeah, but you got what has become an abnormal night for Buddy Hield, an abnormally efficient night from Buddy Hield. You had Davion knocking down shots, which he normally does. And I think that's one of the things that leaves fans wondering, I don't know who this team is. I can't get excited when they win 3 or 4 because one, the one loss is a disaster. And two, I don't know what to make of the times that they actually win the games.
I think you do know who this team is. That's the hard part.
I don't like the answer. I want a different answer. I want to exchange it.
They are who they thought we were.
Yeah.
That's what they are. They're an inconsistent team. And I know that's like, it's not the answer that anyone wants. That's why even like my Sunday musings, it's time. It's not time to make a trade to make a trade. It's time to make a trade because your team is not good enough. That's it. That's the answer. Like, your team's not good enough. So you either have to get better or you got to get worse. That is the way the NBA works. There isn't another option. There is, and it's just being really, really mediocre or less than mediocre for a long time. It's what the Kings have done most of the time they've been in Sacramento. How many times did the Kings have the 7th or 8th pick in the NBA draft? I mean, I can remember Lionel Simmons, number 7, Walt Williams, number 7, Bobby Hurley, number 7. Jimmer Fredette was number 10, but they had the 7th pick in that draft. The pick that they traded and drafted Papianis with, Marquise Chris, that was the number 9 pick in the draft. Ben McLemore, number 7 or number 8. Nick Stauskas, number 8 pick in the draft. That's how you remain a bad NBA team. You draft right there. Davion, 9th pick in the draft, or 8th pick, whatever it was. Again, like, the top tier of the draft is always so good. And then there's always a home run or two. Those home run or two always come like picks 12 through 18. They don't come like number 9. There's so few opportunities to draft somebody that is a franchise change. You can draft really solid pieces that are part of a team, but very rarely do you find just an absolute gold mine at picks, 6, 7, 8, 9, 10.
You mentioned Sunday musings. We're going to step out. We're going to come back. I'm going to ask you about that. I want to talk about Damian Jones, and I want to ask you about the big red panic button. If you've read Sunday musings, you know what that's about. We'll ask James Ham about that when we return. We're going to go commercial free to the top of the hour when we get back here on this 49ers Monday, brought to you by Gilmore Heating, Air, and Plumbing. Right now, Gilmore is offering Niner fans a $49 furnace safety inspection. Just mention this ad. You get more with Gilmore. You get more Kings Talk next on ESPN 1320. Can you give me an update on the count?
Here's what the people really came here to see, James. Your thought on Diddy and Young Miami spending New Year's Eve together.
Oh, yes, James. Your thoughts.
Can you hear my pug snoring from here? I think he captured them.
Young Miami and Diddy. Did you guys see? I know you saw it. The barricade that fell at the
that was terrible.
Team game.
The Eagles.
Oh yeah, the Eagles.
That was awful.
And everyone was okay, right? Like, and then they all just mobbed.
They all got up and took pictures. Yeah.
Yeah, mobbed.
Oh,
was it
scary.
Jalen Hurd, right? Yeah.
Yeah.
All their masks off. That was great to see.
Oh, jeez.
Yeah.
Yeah.
Like I don't know. We can talk about it on but like just well wishes sent out to Gary Gerald. That's the situation.
Yeah.
So not good.
Yeah.
Yeah. We can talk off the record on that one.
Yeah, G-Man. It's a tradition unlike any other. Like G-Man plays hurt.
Yeah.
And it's like I remember a couple years ago, G-Man did a game where the joke was he sounded like Barry White. Like his voice was 20 times deeper than mine. And
yeah. Well,
but that's just the way he is. Like he does not miss games. And
we were sitting at dinner and he was sitting at our dinner table. And I was the first one there. He was the first one there. He was early, which was way earlier than normal. And then I said, hey, and we started talking. I said, oh, you got a frog in your throat. And he said, yeah, I'm a little raspy today. And I'm like, oh no. And then, but you know, a cold's going around too, a head cold's going around. And so we didn't do much, to like, I mean, he was across it, like it's a big table but we got the call last night. So he put it out there. That's the only reason I would talk about it. If not, I wouldn't have brought it up. He put it out late last night. But we also, you know, we did our own contact tracing through all of our media friends because like who was at the table, where was he, you know, so yeah, just everyone being safe as we can, man. I'm really hoping.
Hopefully it's an easy bout for him because
you
know,
he's had his booster and everything else. So
sure,
that's good.
Yeah. So but he's a Sacramento treasure.
100%.
Yeah.
Even though Bobby hates Kenny, even though Bobby, his son hates Kenny for reasons
really?
I guess I don't know. It's an ongoing joke. We've never been able to.
I'm
decipher
blocked on Twitter.
Why Bobby?
Nobody knows why. I don't think I've ever had any interaction with Bobby. And then he listens to the show.
Yeah.
And he'll like tweet Damian or text in like, yeah, that was a good play back in 95. That was a good thing. And then we talk about how I'm blocked and he doesn't unblock me.
You got to get to the bottom of it.
He's a good dude.
Like, he did. It's got to be.
I don't know what I did.
It's got to be something. It's got to be something.
I don't know. Yeah.
Misunderstanding.
But
it's
some
funny.
sort of misunderstanding. It is funny. Like a fake beef. Maybe that's, you know, if we had you and Bobby on New Year's, I would know. At least I would know who the people were.
Like I don't.
I know who did.
I don't know. I don't know how to push buttons like him.
Yeah. Oh yeah, Ham. You were getting under some people's skin over the holiday.
Oh, was I?
Oh yeah. Yeah.
I don't. What did I? Where?
A Twitter thread hit social media. Someone defending polls that they post, and we believe that was in reaction to.
Oh, really? Really?
May have hit the group chat this weekend.
Interesting.
He said, oh, he didn't.
Oh, hang on, guys.
No.
It's off the record with James, D'Lo, and KC here on twitch.tv/ESPN1320, youtube.com/ESPN1320. We're very much on the record now as we are back here on the radio. Plenty to talk about here as it pertains to your Sacramento Kings. It is a 49ers Monday brought to you by City Center Financial. Refinance today below 1.99% APR. 1866 go City 6 as the 49ers will take on the Los Angeles Rams this weekend. Win, and they're in the playoffs. Lose, And they're going to need some help from the Atlanta Falcons.
I'm already stressed, man. I'm not sitting here just, you want to talk about humble hearts. I'm just very humble hearts right now. I'm just stressed. James, I'm stressed, man. I need this game, man.
James, a 49ers fan too. James looks cool as a cucumber.
Well, I mean, just like your expectations. At this point, I'm a man with lowered expectations when it comes to sports teams.
Dude, I mean, expect them to make the playoffs this year. They should make the playoffs this year.
But week 3, from then on, I didn't expect them to make the playoffs. I mean, I expect the A's to trade all their good players. I expect the 49ers to blow up somehow here, and I expect the Kings to miss the playoffs because that's what typically happens.
Damn it.
Yeah.
We got to play in. Rams, though. We got something for the Rams. Let's go, damn it.
All
I'm
right.
getting hyped up right now. I think I'm walking to LA. I'm going to walk to LA. Let's go.
You going to do that, huh? Okay. Well, all right. I advise against it, but it's a little chilly outside. It's windy, but I know you're amped up. It's an exciting week for sure. And James, it's a tough week for the Kings with the Lakers at the crypto whatever tomorrow. The Hawks, they've got a tough January ahead. I don't know where I was going with that other than to point out it's a tough January. There was no smooth segue there. It's just a tough January, James. Take it from there.
Yeah, I don't I don't think anyone should fully fear the Lakers. Like, we have no idea who the Kings are from one night to the next. So
sure.
I don't know how we judge who the Lakers are, but I don't think I fear them. And AD's not back, and they traded Rondo, which strangely enough, when Rondo has played against the Kings, he's really helped in small segments of time, and you're always wondering why he's not out there more. But now he's gone, and so we'll have to wait and see what happens. I think the Hawks are getting some players back off of health and safety, but again, we're kind of seeing what that looks like. And we're in this weird phase of the NBA season that we've never been in before, where you don't know how many G League players you're going to be up against every night, and they're all tryhards, so they're all trying to make their name. Even like Chris Silva playing. How in the world Chris Silva is on the court, and we've talked about this before. I did a little bit of research, how is Chris Silva in the league and Harry Giles isn't, and it's because Harry Giles can't stay healthy. He's banged up, and he has not been playing in the G League. I think he's only played 3 or 4 games this season, so that's why he's not in the league. But it's just this weird time where Emmanuel Mudiay is no longer with the Kings, but could he be back? Will the Kings sign someone else? Are they, because they now have a hardship because Rashawn Holmes is out. So I just think this is such a strange situation that we have no idea what's going to happen. At one point last night, Nick Stauskas, Kyle Guy, and Chris Silva, all former Kings, all guys who are basically out of the league at one point in the last year, are sitting there playing together for the Miami Heat. And everyone's like, how are the Kings not just rolling them over? It's like, well, because these guys can hit shots. Well, I was surprised that Chris Silva hit some shots. But, these guys are all fighting to get into the league. I think this is giving opportunities that have never been there. But, how could someone bet basketball at this point? How do you even know what you're getting 3 hours before the game? You don't. We're sitting there. We ask the question every single day. Hey, Alvin, is there any changes? It's oh yeah, Terrence Davis probably won't go. We have these little things that happen leading up to the game, but we could get to a game and 4 players could be out. Even at the end of Robert Woodard was out last night. We didn't find out until after the press conference and pregame. One of the Kings media relations staff came over and said, hey, Robert Woodard's not going to go tonight. He has a non-COVID related illness. So yeah. It's totally bizarre.
And the other thing about that real quick, though, I would just need some clarification. What Terrence Davis is out with the ankle injury. Did he hurt it in a game or anything like that? Because I just felt like I just turned the TV on one day and Terrence Davis was in street clothes, couldn't play. I said, what happened? The guy was we talked about it, James, how he was just jumping all around in that OKC game. So he really did it during a game or?
Yeah, you know what? He was struggling with an ankle injury for a long time. Just like multiple ankle injuries throughout the early part of the season. When he had the break, he said the break actually let his ankle heal up, and he felt great. And then I don't know what it is. It's, you never know. Sometimes players just, they don't want to be out of the rotation, quote unquote, out of the rotation. But I don't think that that's it. I think he's got some sort of ankle situation that when he tried to give it a go in warmups yesterday and just said, no, I can't go. I think if he was in the rotation or starting, those are different vibes. Like there's a possibility that he would have fought through. But if you already know you're not going to play, then, I don't think that there's much you can do about it. He just, he wasn't able to go. So I don't think it's anything long-term. It's just kind of, we're in that part of the season where some guys have some nicks and dings, and they've got to try to get through it.
Speaking of in the rotation, Kenny and I are both in agreement that Damian Jones has kind of earned a place in this rotation. He played well yesterday. He's had some stretches where he's played, really well over the course of the last 8, 9, 10 games or so. What's your assessment of Damian Jones here?
Yeah, we talked about this on Wednesday, that he's kind of, in a way, he's kind of a poor man's Rashawn Holmes. He does a lot of the same things. We had the game where he hit a couple of threes, but at this point, he's no longer hitting those threes. I don't know if he's going to keep taking those threes if they're not going down. But he's active, he's long, he fights, he rebounds outside his zone. I think the 14 rebound game for him, that was a breakthrough moment, because he's always been a dude who just hasn't had that. I think his career high was 11, and he's played way too many games for that to be his career high. So when he had that breakthrough game, now it's like, oh, well, that wasn't that hard. I should be able to get 10 rebounds every game. And so now we're starting to see him stack those things up. He's really good in the pick and roll. He's really good at going up and over crowds and dunking, which I think is good. So, I think, he definitely has earned his minutes. That's what Alvin Gentry's been telling us, like every game. Like he's earned his spot. So going forward, what does that mean? That means Tristan Thompson and Alex Len are going to have a tough time getting minutes. There are going to be nights where you have to have one of those two guys where you either need a dude who will throw his weight around like Tristan Thompson, or a guy who can defend much bigger centers like Alex Len. But I think we're going to see a lot of Rashawn Holmes and a lot of Damian Jones going forward, just because I think that they fit the style of play that the Kings want to play.
I'm jumping out the window a little bit here with this question. I'm just asking the question. I don't know what's going on. Is there a potential for a Holmes, Damian Jones starting front court, where maybe you slide Holmes to the 4, Damian Jones guards the bigger 5s and things of that nature, and kind of the way they try to do it with Marvin Bagley? Or does Bagley have a skill set that gives them more of what they're looking for at that other big man position?
I certainly think that Marvin's skill set is very specific. The Kings don't have guys that can really go into the post and score over somebody. I think it was strange. We saw in one of the games this week where De'Aaron Fox started going in the post and actually using his body and doing post moves over smaller guards.
Jalen Brunson, I think he was doing that.
Yeah. Either way, I mean, that was really intriguing to me that we saw that. I don't think that we're going to see it, because like this team has had enough opportunity to show that they could use Holmes on the perimeter. I think that's the key, right? Holmes he's good enough defensively. He can defend on the perimeter, and he can defend much smaller players. So with the Kings doing a bunch of switching, I think we're seeing a little bit more of that, right? And even I think Damian Jones has been better on the perimeter. So in a perfect world, I think that would always be possible. And in like 2000, that would have been totally possible, or 2008, that would have been possible. But at this point, with all of the 3-point shooting and teams trying to space the floor, in order to do that, it would have to be in a lineup. I wouldn't say as a starting lineup. It'd have to be in a lineup with like Tyrese Halliburton, Buddy Hield, Harrison Barnes. You'd have to have it with 3 pure shooters, and at least at least one big time playmaker and probably more than one playmaker. So it might even have to be like Davion with Barnes and Halliburton, something like that.
You mentioned this in the Sunday musings. We alluded to it just a few minutes ago. The big red panic button. We're now into January, which means the trade deadline is about a month and some change away. Do you think that panic button is hit?
Yeah, you know what? Like this season is so strange, right? Every other game is like a panic button moment. Like we started doing on the Kings beat. We have Tuesday overreactions now, and like every single game, there's something to overreact about. It's not logical. Nothing that we see here is logical. You can't follow it. You can't guess what's going to happen next. All I can say is that the point of that article is that, again, the team is not good enough. They're not good enough because they've shown that enough of the season. Now, they might be good enough to be the 10th seed or even the 9th seed or even the 8th seed because the West is just completely weak. But at the same time, like, you have this opportunity here where you can go in and swing for the fences because there are a bunch of bad teams. You could jump 5 spots in the standings without really even like changing your whole roster if you added some nice pieces here and there. But if you want to be sustainable and you want to be good long term, you can't just keep sitting around and not doing anything. That's what we've seen for too long. And so at some point I would like to see the Kings like really, either go backwards or go forwards. And you got a war chest of draft picks. Go use those draft picks to go get, Christian Wood. You don't think Christian Wood would look good on the starting front line alongside Rashawn Holmes, a 3-point shooting, 19 in a row. I think he's 17-10 right now, but 20-10 last year, 26 years old under contract next year. Like, what's it going to take? Is it going to take, a contract like Tristan Thompson's contract with maybe a throw-in young player and a first-round pick? Is that what's going to get you him? Because I think it would. So if you can go get a guy, sure. Does he have some issues where he wouldn't go in a game and he got angry and like they're suspended for this next game. Yeah. They got into a John Lucas, him and Kevin Porter. Yeah, that's fine. But at the same time, like you got to do something. Like this is too much. Like it's crazy to me that the two guys out of all the people that we've seen Monty McNair go out and get, Chimezie Metu and Damian Jones are the only ones in the rotation. So Tristan Thompson, you just go down the list. Tristan Thompson, Alex Len, Terrence Davis, Mo Harkless, all of those guys are out of the rotation. So your 2 draft picks are playing and 2 young guys that are on non-guaranteed contracts for this season and do not have contracts going forward. That's the only thing that he's added. And, oh, by the way, he did lose, Bogdan Bogdanovic and Kent Bazemore in free agency. So again, like at some point you have to do something that is meaningful one way or another. I think that this front office overestimated the strength of the core and they added solid role pieces around the strength of around their core, and their core is not good enough. That's what we're seeing now. The role players have to be better than the group that you have because your core isn't strong enough to make it so those guys can just do their role. They need more than just their role. Yeah. So, yeah, it's an interesting situation. And so is there a big red panic button? I mean, I think that there should have been a big red panic button for this team a while ago.
Yeah.
The big red panic button is that an announced crowd of 14,800 or something is really turnstile wise, like 8,200.
They didn't give it up on the upper deck. The upper deck ain't happening no more.
Man, to be honest, some section won. I think it's section 217 won the other night. One of the little contests, they panned up to the section. There were like 40 people in the section. That's just not okay. You can't even pan up at this point. You can't go up to something in the crowd.
Yeah.
You know, and even Miami, you heard some Miami chants in the third quarter yesterday. Like there wasn't a response. There wasn't a response from Kings fans. Like if you want this thing to die on the vine, then keep doing what you're doing, because that's where we're heading. Like you need to do something to invigorate everybody, the team and the crowd and everyone else. Get some excitement going.
Hey,
go WNBA style and move everybody down for God's sakes.
Relegation.
Hang the curtains down like it's the high school playoff.
Right, exactly.
Get that going on. But to your point, James, me and Damian were talking, Damian and myself, we were talking about this earlier about what would take, from a fan's perspective, what would it take to get you to feel good about this team or believe anything? Because I laid out the scenario. This is a tough week this week. If they won all 3 games this week, and then you combine that with what they've already done, that put them at like winning 6 out of 7, I'd stand there like, so what? Like, when's the other shoe going to drop? You know what I mean? And we came to the conclusion, at least I felt like I did, was as long as this group is together, they're not going to excite anybody. Like, they're not going to get anybody riled up or feel like anything is going on. A move has to be made for anybody, at least in the Kings world, fan world, to take this team seriously and have any type of good feelings about this type, good vibes about this team at all. Because nobody's believing it, man. Nobody believes that this group of guys can turn this around and can sustain turning it around at all.
Yeah, I mean, you know, when you really look at it, like, we knew pretty quickly that this team just wasn't, it just didn't have it. So, you know, there has to be something that gets everyone off their feet. That's what you're hoping for. And I guess just having your name out there all the time, that's not enough. That's just not enough, you know, and that's what we're seeing. It's built up this expectation that something is going to happen, that you're going to make this big move. The only reason you haven't traded Buddy Hield and Marvin Bagley is in reality because you don't have takers. But the perception is that, well, they're $34 million in contract, and we may swing for the fences and go get this big player to change this whole thing around. And you're going to have to hold on to those contracts until, you know, until you can make a big move. Well, we've gone past that. Like, that just isn't happening right now. And, you know, there's like 5 weeks left before the trade deadline at this point. Like, things need to happen. Like, there's no reason to wait. The trade deadline is a magical date that's sitting out there. That doesn't mean that you can't trade. It's like, you know, the maximum speed limit is 55. Like, no one drives 55 on the nose. Like, either you're going 75 or you're going 50. Like, no one is doing it. So, like, just do what you're going to do. Like, at some point you have to be active and jump in the fray. Because if not, if you just sit around, that's literally like 18 months of nothing, of drafting 2 players, and that's it. And you can't say that, well, I deserve the opportunity to keep doing this if that's all you've done. That's hard. So you have to be active if you're the Kings. And is there a possibility you'll swing for the fences and miss? Is there a possibility that you'll make a trade that doesn't help you get, you know, incredibly, you know, that much better? Or is there a way to take a step back and, you know, trade a guy like Harrison Barnes and start getting draft picks, or trade a guy like, you know, even Rashawn Holmes, he can be traded on January 15th. Is there a way to start doing this stuff to, like, drop down, like, be really bad? If you're going to be this bad, you might as well be really bad. So we can actually strip this thing down and maybe add some pieces around whoever you deem is your actual core. Because I think at this point, we've started to realize that the core is not who we thought it was, and you've got to change it.
Yeah.
Oh man, we're talking Kings basketball, but it is a 49ers Monday brought to you by Gilmore Heating, Air, and Plumbing. Right now, Gilmore is offering Niner fans a $49 furnace safety inspection. Just mention this ad, you get more with Gilmore. I think you'll know what I mean by this question. Has Tyrese Halliburton become more tradable in the last few weeks or less tradable in the last few weeks?
No, see, again, Sean always laughs when I say this on the podcast. Like, Tyrese Halliburton is Monty McNair's firstborn. He's his first draft pick. And to be honest, he hit a home run. Like, that's a really good NBA player that 29 other teams would love to have. Like, if you don't want Tyrese Halliburton on your team, then I don't know what you're doing. You're not trying to be successful, because that is a successful young man who's going to be a very good player. I don't think there's any way that the Kings trade him. I think the bigger question is, if you have untradeable pieces on the Kings, has he moved above De'Aaron Fox's untradeable? And I would say the answer is probably yes, just because he's cheaper. You have him under team control for longer. And he also, he's your guy. He's a guy that you drafted. Now, saying that, I think trading De'Aaron Fox, a 24-year-old dude who averaged 25 and 7 last year, and he's under contract in the first year of a 5-year contract, that's crazy too. Like, that's not what good teams typically do. They don't trade guys like that. And if you do, you better get equal or more value. It better be with a team that has like a bevy of something, and they're only making the move because that's the one piece that they're missing, and they're giving up a whole bunch of stuff. Outside of that, you do have pieces here. Like, the disappointment isn't that you don't have talent. The disappointment is that talent isn't playing well enough together to win. That's a disappointment. And we can blame coaching. We can blame culture.
But wouldn't part of that argument be that Tyrese and De'Aaron aren't consistently playing well together?
Yeah, but they've been together 82 games or 85 games. Like, go back and look at Dame and CJ. Go back and look at Steph and Clay. How many years? How much?
Well,
time
we did. We actually looked at Brad and John Wall.
Yeah.
And I mean, your point's valid. It's completely valid. I'm just throwing out. I'm a broadcast journalist, James. I'm just asking questions.
No, I get you. Like, this is a situation, where you just want the team to get better, and the easiest way to get better is to trade good players for better players. You don't get nothing. You don't get something for nothing in the NBA. Well, very rarely do you. I mean, I think the Kings got Harrison Barnes for nothing, that trade. So if you could find more of those trades, that's one thing. Again, like, if Christian Wood isn't going to get a first-round pick from anyone else, give him 2 seconds, give him 3 seconds. I don't care what it is. That team is stacking picks. They're trying to do what OKC is doing. If that type of player is available, go chase that. Like, do something that actually has a chance of being impactful, even if you're taking a little bit of risk with personality, or a little bit of risk with whether you can retain him after next season. It's worth it at this point to do something that changes the course of what's happening now, because apathy is happening right now, and that's like the worst thing possible.
And in that Houston situation, I'm thinking about that and the setup of that team and the makeup of that team. I think Marvin Bagley might be a good fit for them. You know what I mean? And if you can get a Christian Wood, or I guess you don't need another guard. I was going to say Eric Gordon, but just somebody to help you out. Christian Wood would be a good piece for that. And I think that would be a good landing spot for Marvin Bagley for a number of different reasons. He gets an opportunity with nobody really in front of him to just see what he's got in this league, and gets a new change of scenery and things of that nature. So I wonder if those type of talks are being had by the Sacramento Kings. I think about another one. Like, if you could find a way to get a Cam Reddish, if you could find a way to convince Atlanta to part with Cam Reddish, that may take a Harrison Barnes or something like that. I'd take a chance on Cam Reddish. He's another guy that's always injured, as well, but he's young, he's talented. But moves like that have to be what's in the form for Monty McNair, man. You're not going to get people talking about Brandon Ingram. Stop. Like, you're not getting Brandon Ingram. The Kings don't have anything that would get them Brandon Ingram. Fox included. I love Fox, but no. Like, get that out your head. You're going to have to take a young guy who probably a buddy of mine was talking about Jordan Poole. Maybe make a package for him. See what you got with Jordan Poole or something like that. But that's the type of guy that I think you got to bring in there, and just kind of hope that, there's a renaissance in their career, and they can rise up here in Sacramento.
Yeah, I mean, I think that there are, like, like those are, I mean, Poole and Reddish. I mean, I like Reddish's game, but again, I think he's like a really, really budget like ad at this point. I don't think anyone is really like, they're not going to ask for the farm for him just because
Even
they're in
better.
a situation. What's that?
I said that would be even better.
Yeah,
You-
yeah, because and that's in this situation. I think that you're really looking at a player that, you know, they have all kinds of cap issues coming up, and you can see it. And there's no way that they're going to be able to retain him. And he hasn't elevated his game to where he's part of the answer. And again, if you're the Kings, I don't think Cam Reddish moves the needle enough. Like I think that's the situation that they're in, where if you're gonna go for it, like, man, you got to go for it. It's got to be names. It's got to be excitement. It's got to be, I can't believe we got this guy. I got to go out and watch him. That's what it's got to be. It can't, like, Jordan Poole is not going to move any needle with the fan base.
But see, I
Cam
don't
Reddish
think those guys exist, James.
Yeah, who the hell is
I don't
that?
think the market ain't out there for those. These guys are all sewn up right now, except for the first guy that comes to my mind is Julius Randle. That's
Well,
about
yeah, but I just don't think the Knicks are going to move on from that either. But we're talking like, get involved in the Ben Simmons trade. If you're getting Ben Simmons, now you're.
I don't know if
talking
that's
about,
going to get the reaction that you're talking about, though.
Oh, I don't know if you're getting Pascal Siakam. We're seeing guys out here. You
No,
know, you
that
mentioned
might.
Brandon.
Yes.
You mentioned Brandon Ingram. Like
Yes,
these
thank
are names.
you.
And look, the way that things have happened for the Pelicans, I don't think anything's off the table. If you're gonna start waving 2 first-round picks, like you're gonna get them listening. Like if you're gonna look at the package that you would offer for Ben Simmons, and look at a guy like Brandon Ingram, you might be able to get him for a Marvin Bagley and you know, or a Buddy Hield and then a couple of first round picks. So I think you've got to be really wide open about what you're willing to do. What are you willing to risk? Because if you're going to make a move right now, it can't just be to get in the playoffs this one season and then you gave up too much and your team is trash. It's got to be, how are we setting our franchise up for this year and the next 3 or 4? How do we get in the playoffs, but how do we get in the playoffs and be sustainable? So that's where you've got to start looking at pieces. That's why Ben Simmons has always been the most intriguing piece for everyone, because he's under contract forever. He's under contract for 4 years. And so when you're trading for him, it's not just that you're getting a really good player, an all-star, a 3-time all-star and 2-time like near defensive player of the year player. You're getting someone who's under contract, who's young and under contract for a long time. And again, same with Sabonis. Sabonis is under contract. Those are the guys that you want to
Yeah,
look
what the
at.
hell happened to that? I thought Indiana was blowing it up. I thought December 15th was the start of the trade deadline. Ain't nothing happened.
Nothing happened. Well, let's give the league a little bit. I mean, these guys are a little bit extended because they're not just searching. I mean, how many players have come out of retirement?
They're trying to find Mario Chalmers. That's why.
I mean, Rio is back in the league. I mean, Darren Collison is back in the league. The Kings played the Clippers, and Wesley Johnson came out of retirement, and all of a sudden he hit his tenure, hit the 10-year mark, which means he now gets lifetime medical for him and his family, and he gets another $800 a month added on, because for every year you get $800. But like, that's where we're at this point, where
the league about to sign Colin Kaepernick. We're like we're one more COVID case away from someone signing Cap.
I mean, again, we talked about like almost jokingly, but the Kings played against Nick Stauskas, who hasn't played in the league in 3 years. Kyle Guy, Chris Silva, like that, Yurtseven, like that was it wasn't even a G League team in most situations. Like, I don't even know what Bobby Jackson's going to do with the team he has down in Stockton, because it's just gutted.
Yeah, that's
like
Bobby about to get the call up. What you mean? Like,
yeah, he's lost players to, other teams. They lost Emmanuel Terry. This is crazy time. So I don't even know what to make of it. I don't know what happened to Emmanuel Murphy if he, Adi Murphy, if he went back down to Stockton. I don't know what's going to happen to Emmanuel Mudiay. I mean, the guy got waived from his team in, I don't know if it was China or it was somewhere. He got waived and was available The Kings picked up a guy who didn't make it in Europe and signed him to a 10-day contract.
Yeah.
I mean, Darren Carlson has been in the league for 2 or 3 years.
Team in China just legit said, "Nah,
we're good."
We're
Kings
just
are like, no, we'll take him. We got it. We need one. You know, the funny. No, it's not funny, but it is funny. I think I saw somebody tweet out over the weekend after the Rondo trade, because it was Rondo and then Denzel Valentine went to the Lakers and was going to get cut. And they were like, Denzel Valentine was minding his own business, not playing, just hiding on that gas bench.
What do you mean? Now he's got a chance to start for the Miami Heat later this week. I mean, that's where we're at. Like Denzel Valentine, he actually went to the Knicks instead. He could be traded, and next thing you know, he's starting for some team. That's, I mean, it is absolutely wild where we're at.
Hopefully
it's going to be wild.
Thomas come back and then getting protocols.
Oh, he had one game. He had his one game, and it's going to be wild when they start trading like 10-day contracts. Like we approach the trade deadline and like Mario Chalmers is
There's
being
only
traded.
8 days left. Give me the one that has 9 days left.
Yeah.
He's on an expiring 2-day deal. You take it.
There's some things like we've been looking at the way that some of this is happening, and like even like figuring out when Rashawn Holmes can be traded is its own anomaly, because he falls into a different rule. He's not the December 15th, he's January 15th. But like we have to research all of these things now, because we don't know when these guys can get traded. We don't know. Not only that, but like how are trades going to work in this situation? Can you take on more roster spots than 15 if you have somebody who's in, like, you have 4 players in health and safety and they don't count? Like there's so many nuances to this. And then, by the time when everyone's back, then we have to waive somebody. But like there's so many nuances to this. I don't think the league is even, like, their head's spinning just like everyone else. Like, where are we going to continue finding other players? Luckily, they had the G League, and most of the G League guys, they were in one spot together, but we're over 200 players who have tested positive. And of that, there's probably 20 of them, 25 of them, 30 of them that are like Isaiah Thomas, that came off the street and started playing, and boom, then they went into protocol. You know, Justin Jackson, you know, he went to Celtics or someone, and then boom, he's in protocol. Like this is a rough time for the league.
Yeah.
We need to have postseason awards for 10-day contract guys.
We can do
I
it.
totally agree.
I think we could hand out most improved or like 10-day of the year or something. Like, I don't really know.
Who would get 10-day of the year so far? It's a good question. I feel like there's an obvious answer.
Joe Johnson, comeback player of the year.
I mean, Joe Johnson, he's in his 40s. Yeah, I mean, he's in his 40s, but he's still a bucket. Someone asked any news on Tyreek Evans. Evans hasn't been cleared from the league yet to get of the drug protocol that he was in. So I don't know why he hasn't been, but it's got to be a timing issue. Like there has to be a specific time when he's cleared. That's why he's not.
I'd love to know the specifics of that, because I would think even the NBA is like, yo, let's push this Tyreek thing along. We need another player. Like, we need more healthy bodies.
Yeah.
They just got Wesley Johnson in here. Yes, we need healthy bodies.
Yeah. No, I think it's cool, though, because what we're seeing is that guys who may never have gotten a shot are getting a shot. And there's a couple of guys who have actually stepped in and stolen away roster spots. You know, like if I'm the Kings, I'm looking at this as an opportunity to look at these players. And if someone jumps out, like again, like an Emmanuel Mudiay, he jumped out to me like, hey, why not? You know, and you got a guy like Robert Woodard who isn't healthy, but also really hasn't done anything. He hasn't even done anything at the G League level at this point. And his contract's up at the end of the year. There's no reason not to like look at these as opportunities to look at new players and potential signees for the rest of the season that could make you better. But then you're also going to have to worry about rosters. And, you know, if you have enough roster space for a trade that comes up in the coming weeks and all that stuff. So it's complex.
Woodard committed a foul a couple of days ago. I was like, Jesus, Bob's gonna kill somebody. Like, get him out of the game, dude. He's gonna hurt. So he like undercut somebody. He didn't do it on purpose.
Yeah.
He just like he kind of like jumped and landed, and then he just undercut somebody. I was like, Bob.
There's not a lot of subtlety to him.
Kyron makes a good point. He says, KC, you ready to suit up? Everybody get ready for KC sanity.
Yeah. And get used to, like, you think the Kings don't play defense now? Wait till Kenny Caraway's out there on the floor. 1320 Kings Insider, James Ham, we appreciate you. Become a subscriber, a premium subscriber to the Kings Beat. Head over to thekingsbeat.com. You don't want to miss Off the Record with James Ham coming up Thursday. Only premium subscribers can be involved in that. We appreciate you for being with us here on this 49ers Monday, brought to you by Gilmore Heating, Air, and Plumbing. Right now, Gilmore is offering Niner fans a $49 furnace safety inspection. Just mention this ad. You get more with Gilmore, and you get more D'Lo and KC tomorrow here at noon on Sacramento's #1 sports station, ESPN 1320.
Holla.
Clear from the radio.
Yes.
Someone called and said, make James the GM. General Manager Ham.
James will make a deal by now. I know that much.
Yeah. I mean, the whole, addition by subtraction at some point, I think Marvin has really tried hard to become a better basketball player. I like Marvin Bagley better now than I did when he was in his first 3 years, averaging like 14 and 7.
Mm-hmm.
I think that we see the ceiling has dropped considerably. But that doesn't mean that the floor hasn't raised considerably. And so I kind of like, I think he can be a player who can help somebody, and who can stick in the league. He's figuring it out. But some of the other guys is like, I don't know what's going on. Mo Harkless, he keeps getting into it with people on the bench. And I think some of that's good. But at some point it's like, okay, it can't always be that way that we're communicating.
You can't do it too often.
Yeah. There is a point where you've reached the allotment of, So anyway, I mean, I'm hoping that they start making moves and we start seeing stuff. But it's like hoping the Kings find consistency. It hasn't happened yet.
I was watching one of these games the other day, and I was just like, damn, how did, no disrespect to the man, but how did we get Robert Woodard and Memphis got Desmond Bane? Because they look like the same player, except one.
It's Xavier Tillman, though. That's the trade that they made, if I'm not mistaken.
The Kings got Xavier Tillman?
The Kings pick was Xavier Tillman. They traded back like 2 or 3 picks and got Robert Woodard. And then when they traded back and got Woodard, I think they picked up another pick, or they got.
I didn't even realize it was that close of it, because I'm just looking at the physical look at the player. And Woodard and Bane are like the same, except Bane.
Oh, you mean just like one is really good and the other one
is Robert Woodard? Sorry. That's my bad. That wasn't okay.
And what did I miss about the poll thing? Are you guys gonna tell me that off the record? And
yeah, we'll tell you that. I think someone took exception to some remarks that you made.
Really? Oh, really? That's good. That's good.
It's good. Well, yeah. I think Kenny hit us with it. And we were like, oh, well, thank you for listening.
It was someone had it wasn't. That person didn't take exception, or was it someone?
We'll talk about it.
Well, we got to go because we got to talk shit about people. Hey, come here. You want to say hi to everybody before we go? You want to say hi?
Hey.
Oh, that's my baby. Yeah.
Hey. What's going on?
Yeah, that's Smoothie.
Smoothie. I was about to say Smoothie.
That's Smoothie. That's my baby.
Yeah.
All right, now we definitely have to end. I've been trying to tell y'all something all day, and I can't get the words out. So we'll talk later. Love y'all. We'll see y'all tomorrow at noon.
Holla.